Hello, welcome. I don't really like going live on my own because I'm a big wuss, but I just fancy a beer tonight and a bit of a chat, and we'll see if anyone turns up. If anyone turns up, then it is what it is. This evening, I have got a barrel-aged porter from Wiping Through. You cannot see it because this awful lighting. Let's see if we can get a good look on there. But it's a barrel-aged porter. It's a plum pudding. It is 7.6%. You just have the deer on there. I think we're still in date on this one as well. I think it came out at Christmas, so it's not as exactly a young beer. That's before. Oh, we are just out actually. The 31st of March. Oh no, 2022. So it is still in date. I've had a couple of beers. Been watching Mr. Meadows on his stream. Oh, it's a bit lively. Try not to do a knobhead pour, but sometimes it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm hoping I'm coming through okay. I actually can't tell. Yeah, let's have a quick look. Yeah, looks like it's coming through okay. Just a quick check, just to make sure. It's easy when someone else can hear you and you can just say, "Can you hear me?" Or anyone's in the chat, say, "Can you hear me?" But there we go. Already getting big plum fake, big sugar plum aromas out of it. It is almost jet black. Water on the outside, just rinse the glass out. Off-white head when eventually the head settled down. But yeah, definitely big plum flavors. Very nice. I've not had many Wiping Through. I've had the milkshake stout before. That was I've had that a number of times in both bottle and can. That's always quite enjoyable. It's a nice sort of sessionable stout. And it's sort of a one that you get sort of in certain restaurants. There's a restaurant in Liverpool where it's called the Clubhouse, and that is generally, unless they've got something interesting or unusual, that is generally my go-to beer in that particular restaurant. Unless it's really hot, and then sometimes they have a sour or a lager I'll go for. Hello to the craft beer specialist, hailing from the Netherlands. Let's have a quick look. I sent this to a few people. We'll see. If no one joins, no one joins. I know Harry said he might join later on, but we'll see how he suffers after the dragon soup. I also noticed before that Mr. Stuart Pickard was also on Ginger Real Ale Trail. It'd be nice to speak to Stuart. I've not spoken to him in ages. We had a little chat on his live the other day. The problem with that is I'm going to copy that from there. So yeah, let's have a quick go of this. For a 7.6%, the booze is very noticeable indeed. I've had a lot smoother 10% beers than that. But whether that is because it's aged, I didn't mention which barrel it was aged in before, but it does say further down in the right, it is a cognac barrel. Not a massive brandy fan. I have family members that are, but it's not my cup of tea. But certainly, I always get boozy flavours off brandy, and that could be what I'm getting straight away there. It is funny that certain barrel aged things, especially with bourbon barrel aged, you don't always get the bourbon. It's not something that's really in the forefront. It's something that's maybe quite subtle, but this is cognac. Definitely the booziness element is way up front for a 7.6%. That's quite, it's quite unusual. Wasn't really expecting it. It really overrides the plum flavour as well. Carbonation as you're going for was massive. That's from my stupid pour. Seems to have died down a bit. I think that is what we're going to get. It's funny that in the glass it is jet black, but when you're pouring it out, you can see that sort of, as you would expect from a dark cognac, a sort of brown coloration. I say not a cognac fan, so I'm not really in my element there. I was hoping for a lot of plum flavour. It's not. Even trying to roll it around your mouth, try to find some of the plum. It's not really there. Check that camera angle before I went on. For it to be plum pudding, yeah, maybe you expect some sort of the alcohol in there. But it shouldn't really be the overriding, in my opinion. If I'm staying on any longer, I might go down the barley wine route. Oh, here we go. Mr. Billy Rag. How are you doing, sir?
Hello. How are you doing?
How are you?
I see you talking on your own. I thought, well, I'll pop on the chat until other people arrive.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Sorry, that was my phone muted. Good evening. Are you partaking in any home brew, or you?
Well, funnily enough, the wife thinks I'm just sitting there drinking nothing. But I've got nice imperial stout. Yes.
Lovely.
Love brewing's finest. Very nice.
I would love to say that I could do home brewing, but I don't think I have the time nor the discipline to do it. I would probably start it and then leave it, and then it would all go terribly wrong.
It's the patience, it's cleanliness. Cleanliness is godliness. You've got to be super clean, and then you've got to be patient. Patience is a thing. I have no patience, and that patience, it is something. Waiting for that brew, and when you go in say the beer's in the dining room, and I'll go in, after a couple of days, and it's not bubbling. I'm like, you little bastard, and I'll apologise, and I'll get the bucket, and I'll rattle the shit out of the bucket, and then the next day I'll go in, and it's bubbling up great, and I think, yes, I've won, and that's the thing. Sometimes you have to agitate the yeast to get it to brew.
Yeah,
and it's one of those things with home brewing. you don't always win. I mean, I've brewed, oh God, a good 100 different ciders, beers, wines, and spirits and that. And only ever have I had one go off. There was an Irish stout I brewed and it was rancid. And God knows what went off. But, you know, it's an interesting, as a home brewer, it's an interesting area to get into, especially if you're a fan of beer.
Definitely a fan, but I don't think I have the patience for it. I think I'd annoy myself more than likely. I've helped in home brews before. I've got a friend who's well into home brewing in the world, and he went through his whole process of how he was doing the certain home brew and stuff like that. And he gave me some of his stuff, and it was really good. It was sort of really top quality. But for me to do it on my own, I don't know if I could do it. I'd love to be able to do it, and I respect people that can, but I don't think myself I could do it.
You see, a lot of people start off on the God, the dog, go and piss off, go and piss off. All I can hear is clap your feet, his nails. With home brewing, you know, you have to start off. Yeah, it's gone. And you have to start off on the lower kits, like the Wilco's kits. So you'll buy a Wilco's kit and it's chocolate, you know, it's like an IPA or even a stout. You'll buy the stout and you think, right, so what do I do to this stout to make it more interesting? And you'll get coffee or cocoa just to add to the stout to make it more interesting. And then you go from there. And then you go on to like the St. Peter's kits. They are very good kits. The honey porter, the ruby red, and the cream stout are exceptional kits from a homebrew point of view, and they're cheap. And then you go from them to some of the more expensive kits that are about £25 and upwards. And some of them beers, they're as good as the craft offerings you get in the supermarkets.
Yeah, it sounds good because I think I sent you the other day. You were saying about I wish they did a plum porter kit, and I found that obviously unfortunately it was an old grain one, but it was a clone. I think Malt Miller had done, and it is funny that people go out of their way, especially certain companies that make homebrew kits. They'll go out of their way to make a certain one, either a clone or sort of a something inspired by a popular brew. But yeah, that stuff really. So I'm into sort of like, oh, you could brew a clone of that, and I would be like, oh, how close is it actually to how it is commercially? That's something that would interest me. But again, I don't think I've got the patience for it.
And the thing is with homebrew, can you drink 40 pints of one particular brew? It's very, very difficult. The Imperial Stout I did at Christmas, I gave about 6 pints away, but I've drank the other 34 pints. And I'll tell you what, even now, you know, the quality is amazing.
It's great lacing on the glass.
Yeah, it's a really good beer. You know, 40 quid for the kit, but you're paying, when you think you're paying £1 a pint for something that's 9%, and you know how much they are in supermarkets, so you know that what you're getting, kitchen door, what you're getting is a quality beer at that price. And when you look around, if you're a new brewer, we're not talking what like the likes of Harry, you know, who works in the commercial sector with commercial you know, tools at his beck and call. If you're somebody brewing out of a plastic fermentation bucket, you know, you're looking at kits that you can do that with. So you're looking at the malt kits rather than the part grain or pure grain kits. But there are some amazing kits out there, you know, for home brewers. Yeah. And it's a great step on the ladder. You know, that step, I mean, most of today's microbreweries came from a homebrew background, and they
Absolutely.
just invested. They thought, let's go for it, you know, and fair play. Totally Brewed, Black Iris in Nottingham, Neon Raptor, Liquid Light, they all came from homebrew backgrounds. So, you know, you can see that they got their roots in that, what, you know, what the rest of us got into, and
Yeah.
pursued it a bit more, had the balls to go a bit further. And,
It's funny you should say. It's funny you should say that, because one of my nearest breweries, Top Rope Brewing, who were originally based in very north of Wales, even though both the lads that run it lived in Liverpool, they made that terrible trek through the Wirral and sort of to the very top of Wales. It's like on the border. And they've now moved to Bootle, which is literally about 3.5 miles from my house. So they met. How they started breweries, they met in a home brewing competition against each other. So they were in a home brewing competition, met, both found out they're both massive beer fans and wrestling fans, and then started the brewery from there. So they both came from a separate home brewing backgrounds to form a commercial brewery. It was just when I just say you said no. It was a funny. Yeah, but that's how people get started, isn't it? It's the same with I think down south there's Elusive Brewing, they're based just outside of Reading. Andy Parker, I think he was an award-winning home brewer, and that's how he got his start. He won multiple awards as a home brewer, and then went commercial. And I think you were right, a lot of breweries, that's where the world they come from.
We've got a place in Daybook in Nottingham, and the name escapes me for the moment. There's a pub called The Abdication in Nottingham, and they've got it's just come to me, and they've got a members club, and it's called A Place to Brew. So you get a lot of local homebrewers that they pay a certain amount a month. I couldn't do it. I don't earn the money to be able to participate. But you can pay up to £80 a month, and you can brew, you know, several hundred litres on a small kit. And you know, these people are brewing some really good stuff. And I find personally that the bigger you get, you look at Marston's, Green King, not so much Fuller's, because Fuller's do some decent stuff at the moment, at least, apart from London Pride, but let's not go down that road. But I find that the smaller the brewery, the more the heart and soul goes into that beer. They want that beer to be as perfect as they can, so they tweak their recipes to get the best out of that beer. And you know, this is the sad times that we live in. That the big breweries take over. You know, your Scottish and Newcastle. Then they went to Heineken, Molson and Coors, Marston's, and all these breweries that took over the smaller breweries. And sadly, you know, that. I mean, there are brewers in them breweries, but obviously it's all about doing it the cheapest to get the maximum amount of beer. And you know, you can understand where they're coming from. But you know, the smaller brewery, it's all about the love of the beer. And that, to me, you know, that's the great thing about the local stuff.
Well, that's the thing as well. You have to think about it. If someone does sort of, they start, either they go to Heriot Watt, which is the brewing university, or they have a small start. A lot of time, going to a big brewer, for example, Harry's an example of that. He went to Carlsberg for a short period of time. Sometimes it's a means to an end.
Yeah.
And I think with the Fuller's thing, the reason I think they haven't at the moment is, I think in the contract of when they sold, it was rumoured the contract which they sold, the Griffin Brewery, because it's so historical, it was written into the contract. Sorry, that they have to keep the Griffin Brewery there. So I think that's something that they, it's something that Asahi have to do. Not Asahi, sorry, the Hong Kong company, they have to do. They have to keep the Griffin Brewery there because it's written in the contract.
And that's a good thing, because let's be fair. I mean, I did that Fuller's beer chat tonight. And when you look at London Pride, it's not the same beer it was 2 or 3 years ago. It's certainly not as good as it was. But saying that, London Porter, Golden Pride, 1845, the other beers that I drank, don't I know? Oh, jeez, my head. Especially after Golden Pride. Oh, Steve. But you know, those beers are still iconic. You know,
Yeah.
when you think, I was saying about Golden Pride, you know, and as tipsy as I was, talking to people, and obviously a lot of these people don't know a lot about beers. So, you know, a lot of the time when you're doing live reviews, people are looking and they don't really know a lot about beers. But, you know, London Pride for me is, when you're looking at supermarket beers, traditional supermarket beers, that and Old Tom are probably the best supermarket beers within a distance. And yeah, Bengal Lancer is a great beer if you can get it, Mr. Travelling Brews.
Ironically, me and Liam, Travelling Brews, had a conversation earlier in the week. I actually got Bengal Lancer at a local bargain booze. It just turned up. I went for a barbecue at a friend's house. 6 of us were all safe. And I brought quite a lot of heavy beers, and I was like, I could do something lighter. I'll just nip round the corner to the bargain booth and see if they've got anything. And lo and behold, Bengal Lancer was on the shelf, and I was just like, yeah, I'll have a couple of bottles of that. And it is rare that you see it, but it is a really good beer.
I mean, I went to Morrison's tonight, and the only Fuller's beer I could get was actually London Pride. And Morrison's, as you know, is a fantastic shop for both traditional and craft, but only one Fuller's beer. And Sainsbury's, when I was there, was the best for Fuller's. We had London Pride. Nowadays, they've got 1845, and we didn't have that back in 2015. But we had Bengal Lancer, ESB, Honeydew. Oh, what others? I think. None come to mind at the moment. No, I've had a drink, so.
Yeah, I'd say it is rare that I get Fuller's beers. I've still got that 2019 vintage ale that might get cracked tonight.
You know, I'm so gutted, absolutely gutted. Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it?
I would say
spring. It was all year round at Sainsbury's. God knows why. It's only gone seasonal. It's a shame.
I would say spring, because I had a quick look at the bottle after I drank it to see what the date was, and the date was fairly fresh, which is weird. Whether bargain booths have got a connection, I don't know, but it was only a very little bargain booths as well, so it was so weird. The egg joke. His wife's a baker. You need eggs to bake.
Oh, you're looking at the eggs in the background. Yeah.
That's what he's looking at.
Yeah. One does apologise. I thought you were talking about my stomach.
Yeah. You shouldn't see my fridge at the minute. I've got a goose egg. A friend of the family have geese.
Good.
Friend of the family have geese. And talking about seasonal things, goose eggs are seasonal. You don't get them all year round. They don't lay all year round. So
and there's some big egg. Make sure you do the old get a jug, fill it up with water, put the egg in a jug, straight down to the bottom. It's fine. If it starts to go towards the top, it's a bad egg.
because they're a family friend, we know when they're laid, so they tell us when they get them. So it's just they have like 5 geese, so it's like if they have the majority of them, and then I'll get 1 or 2 that'll just sort of be passed over. But yeah, I just love it. Just have it as the last one. I had about 2 this season, which is unusual. Still, it was only 1. But yeah, just get it on a half a baguette and have it fried egg. Brilliant.
Oh, yeah. Nice egg sandwich. Oh, bless you.
Yeah. Half one of those, those short baguettes. Just have half of that. Bit of butter. Brilliant.
Oh, a few mushrooms. Mushrooms fried in butter. Oh, bless you.
I had that, yeah, and I had peppers as well with it as well the other day. Sweet peppers, that was really good. I think Liam's also. Sorry, I've only just had my tea. He filmed us for 1845. I've never seen honeydew. I've never seen honeydew from Fuller's. Whether that's a regional thing, I've never seen it.
You've never seen honeydew? That's surprising. In Nottingham, we've seen it, and obviously Fuller's is London area, so yeah, it's strange. A honeydew for me, and I'm sure if Mr. Travel and Brews has drank it as well, I find honeydew quite bland these days. The honey isn't as on your nose as certain other honey beers these days. Just let's see what he says back. Dark Star Hophead.
I've had that. That's in Waitrose. I'm actually fairly lucky that we have a Waitrose about 20 minutes from the house, so that's not too bad.
Oh, bless you.
I have to go to Formby, which is extremely posh. It's very posh part of Sefton. But that is, I think the next nearest Waitrose is Manchester. There's no other Waitrose anywhere near. Maybe they're giving you eggs that float. Just I don't check them because they say this was this week. So I was like, all right, okay, or this was last week. So they're either a week or less than a week old.
Yeah, you've got to check that they're floating. You don't want to be having a bad egg.
No, I say there's 5 of them, so they just check them, and they check them every day, so they know where it is. It always comes with a bit of they always come with a bit of hay stuck on them as well. If they get a good wash. Yeah, I love honey beers, so it would be great for me to get honeydew, but I literally never see it. I see 1845. I only ever see the vintage ale in Waitrose.
Yeah. Waitrose is the only place you'll find vintage, and the Imperial Stout as well.
I missed out on that. I was really annoyed. I saw it and thought, I'll get it next time I'm in. And it was like nearly a month later, and I went back and it was gone. It was sold out, and I was like, I should have got it.
Same with the awning loads. I looked on Waitrose, and the number 3 awning load was on a 4 for £6 deal. I had no money at the time, so I only spend. I don't touch my wages. I only spend my gardening money on beers. We all have our own limitations with budgets, and I thought 4 for £6 for an awning load. That's bloody amazing, because they're £3 a beer. And when I went on, sold out, and I'm like, but yeah,
I was only
human.
Sorry, I was only interested in the Imperial Stout. I don't trust Marsden's with IPAs. I was just like, it's not going to be good. I don't want to spend that kind of money on it. I'll go for the stout because they do dark stuff really well. And I had it last week. I've had it again. I got that when I got the Fuller's vintage, so it was 2019 vintage on number 2. It was okay. I've had a lot better stouts. Is it Imperial at 7.4? Probably not. But
yeah, when they say Imperial at 7.4, you think to yourself, shouldn't an Imperial be 8-9% upwards?
Yeah. But But
I mean, they class
as we
King Goblin as an Imperial Ruby Ale. It's 6.6%, and you think to yourself, yeah, shouldn't that really be a double? You know?
yeah, as we discussed before about the limits, the duty on alcohol. When we spoke about the percentage of Tennant Super coming down from 8%, Dragon Soup came down from 8%. It's one of those things that I think that's one of the reasons why it's 7.4. It's a duty thing. I don't think they would ever brew it. I know they get a 0.5%, I think, is it? Harry would know better than this. 0.5 or 0.3 leeway on what they claim, what it actually is. So it's one that I think that could be what it is, that they brew it to a certain thing to make sure that they avoid the duty.
Let's hope in years to come that the UK, you know, and I really can't see it anytime soon, because coronavirus, you know, has dealt the worst financial disaster to the world since the World War II. And you know, you can see that where the government can and will impose taxes, beer, cigarettes, petrol, etc., etc., you know, they will. And I can't see the beer sector being kept anywhere. You know, I can't see beers being kept out of that, which is why the stuff in pubs, you know, traditional beers, I can see, like Fuller's. Someone was saying earlier that Fuller's is 4.1% in pubs and 4.7 in the bottle. And I always thought Fuller's was about 5% in a bottle. But I can see in the future, because of the, you know, the tax and, you know, paying back the government are going to want to make as much money as they can out of the UK public to balance the book. You can see that coming. There's no way that we're getting out of this. All the people that work are going to pay heavily for this at some stage, you know. And it's going to be an interesting time ahead.
It's also a bit of it's even worse because it came when we were coming out of Europe as well. So there was a lot of upfront costs that we had to burden due to Brexit, and then this coronavirus hit, and it's another notch down, isn't it? I think we've been lucky on this round of the budget for this year. I think that's only because of the position we're currently in. I agree with you. I think it'll jump up. Maybe not in the next year or so, but certainly within the next 5.
But saying that, you know, when I look at the local area, cheers, Mr. PA Booth.
Cheers to Paul, lovely Paul from Pennsylvania.
Paul, Pennsylvania, bless you.
Yeah, yeah. I that's why I played it safe with the Imperial Stout. I wasn't gonna mess around with the IPAs.
I had the number 1 and 2. I didn't touch the number 3. I didn't get time, to be honest. But yeah, with the UK, I think that the UK, we, in the next few months, because and only because that if there's anything that Boris got right, and let's be fair, no one going into a pandemic would have got anything right. You know, it doesn't matter who you are. You can't read what's coming in the future. And what he did do right was he bought silly amounts of antivirus, silly amounts at the beginning. And when he said it, when you look back all them months ago, oh, we bought 100 million doses of this bloody virus. Good evening, Craig. And this virus, antivirus. And you're like, fucking hell. I thought, is any of this going to turn out? And to be fair, it has done.
Do you think
I'm going to be doing more brewing this year? But yeah,
I think so.
Going forward, I think the UK, we are going to bounce back massively. Only if we are more open to the world around us. The world's a lot bigger than it was, you know, before the EU, you know, tried to take everything for themselves.
The problem with that is that we've sullied the relationship with us in Europe, and unfortunately, Europe are the nearest block of a number of countries to trade with.
Yeah, but they need us as much as we need them.
I'm not
Certainly
100% sure that's true. I'm not sure that's true.
You know, when you look at people going on holiday, you look at Spain.
Yeah.
Spain are in a shit state of affairs.
Yeah.
Because when like 6 or 7 million UK people go to Spain, it impacts their economy massive. And then you look around the UK, and it does, you know, it's surprising how the UK is more important than they realise. And let's be fair, you know, Brexit, whether you like it or you don't, you know, as a total neutral, I mean, I don't like the Europeans for some of the shit they pull, but as a total neutral, if you look at it from a neutral's point of view, all the Europeans said to us was, if you leave the EU, it's bad for you. Not once did I hear any country say to the UK, the EU is good for such and such. No one ever did. No one ever said that EU is great for this reason. No one. And hence the reason they, you know, in my opinion, they played into their own. They made Brexit so easy for certain people.
One of my things was that they didn't plan ahead. If they planned ahead, I probably would have been more in favour of it. But they didn't. At no point did they say, "We've got this trade agreement. We've done this." You know, prior to it going wrong, this is what we're going to do. If we leave, this is how you have to be able to travel. None of it was. It was all slapdash. And I was thinking, you're not preparing yourself. You're not preparing yourself for the worst. And it just seemed bad. But it is what it is. There's nothing we can change now. You can't go backwards.
No. I mean, let's be fair. You know, as a family person, like me and you, we would look at the future and we would prepare for the best, but we would also always prepare for the worst. You know, if you lose your job, you would prepare for the worst. And it does seem that at times that the governments, you know, don't know their arse from their elbows. You know, I'd love to be in charge of this country because I've met Donald Trump. You know, I talk straight, but you know, and not talk bullshit like Donald Trump did. But you know, sometimes you have to force countries to, you know. And Donald Trump, in some ways, as much he was a deluded fucking 75-year-old or whatever he is, but as a businessman, you know, he had his head on it in some ways.
I'm not quite sure. He went bankrupt a couple of times, and he started off with however much his father gave him. Was it 20 million, 15 million? I wouldn't qualify him as one of the best businessmen in the world. Yeah, I'm sure he does for himself, but he certainly is an egotist, and that a lot of entrepreneurs. That's something that you need. You need to believe in yourself, but obviously that there is believing in yourself and going completely 180 the other way and sort of thinking that you're the big I am, to your own detriment.
I mean, let's be fair. He's the most racist American president we've ever had. I mean, you've gone from Barack Obama, who is probably the best president of all time, and has got a sense of humour like no other, to Donald Trump, and it's like, fucking hell. What, America, what are you voting for?
Barack Obama, also a fellow home brewer as well. He brewed his own beer. So did you never see the swap that he did with Boris Johnson? Boris Johnson took him a bottle of Hobgoblin, and he, in return, because on the top of either in the White House gardens or on the top of the White House, they had bees. Barack Obama brewed his own honey beer that he gave to Boris Johnson. And Boris Johnson gave him a bottle of, I assume he just went to the supermarket and picked up Hobgoblin and just went, oh, that'll do.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Fair play to Barrett. That is an amazing, yeah.
His own basketball court, and he brewed his own beer.
Oh, that's it. Okay. So he's one of us, basically.
Yeah. But yeah, they've and unlike the current president, whose dog's going around biting everyone, he's a fellow dog owner.
Well, I'm a dog owner, so yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
He was here a minute ago, toddling around.
Yeah. A nutty 14-year-old who's his legs are going, but when he has a shit, he runs around like a twat. That's his shit.
Oh no, we've got a 3-year-old
he wakes up in the morning, and it's like it's 5:30 because he knows I get up at 5:30 in the week. So he wakes up 5:30. Come on, everybody, let's get up. And obviously everyone's asleep. Fucking dog's walking around like, come on, you bastards, wake up. And yeah, you don't like it when balls, bless him. Yeah, but that's dogs for you, isn't it? They are what they are.
I don't think anyone will be heading to Greece or Turkey this year. Maybe next year.
I think it's all going to be about the UK this year. And
yeah.
As a person, as we all are in the UK, well, those watching from the UK, this year it's all about your own country. Putting the money into your own country, going to seasides, going to camping venues, or I don't know, caravans or whatever, theme parks, supporting the local. Next year, if COVID fucks off, like we hope it will, then we can get back to the normality that we all crave for. And it's a lesson to be learned for all of us. It's what the Spanish flu did in 2018, was it? Where it wiped out so many millions. There's a lot of people who say, "Oh, COVID's not real." Yeah. Tell that to the people that died.
Yeah. There's always going to be people that say something's not real. That no matter what it is, there's always going to be there's going to be a small population. There's always going to be a small population of people that say this is not real, or this is a hoax, or this is a conspiracy.
To be fair, Donald Trump, he was one of the worst at that. And when he said about drinking disinfectant, you're like, for fuck's sake, what's the disinfectant about, you idiot? Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, Chris. And the best bit on that was, did you see the look on the face of the medical advisor that was sat at the side? That was the best bit. Just rolling her eyes. She's just going, Jesus.
Yeah, what a wanker.
Just down at the side of the conference, just going.
Your drinks there with your tablets. So, the funniest thing is with Donald Trump, that in America, as in the UK, the jabs are only available by obviously, jabs. In America, there's a trial that Donald Trump was at the very forefront
the tablets,
and it was the tablets, and he took the tablets before anybody else, and they've worked, and hopefully, we, as a world, them tablets and forms of them tablets to battle variants will come out in the future. And that's, to me, that's the only way of ever battling coronavirus.
Different disease, different properties completely, but that's what happened with malaria. Malaria was a injection originally and then became tablets.
Yeah.
I don't think Paul's a fan of the Democratic Party, as you can see.
You didn't like Obama then? Oh, bless you.
No.
I suppose it depends on in America, it's different to the UK. Let's be fair. None of us trust politicians because, let's be fair, they're all up their own arse, And I don't trust Labour. I don't trust Conservatives. I don't trust Liberals.
No, I don't.
Because all they care for is themselves. They're all people that have got money and they care for themselves. As a person, as a poor person coming from a poor background, I don't care for none of them. But the fact of the matter is that the idiots in charge, you know, you're never going to get somebody in charge who's a very decent person, because they will never get the money to be in charge. Too many sheep follow, like Derby fans. Sorry, Derby fans, but too many sheep follow the crowd. And, you know, it's a sad existence in life that people believe any old shit that they see on BBC, ITV. You know, it's sad, really.
It's all subjective.
People,
It's all,
yeah.
the news is subjective. I think Liam's talking about the hobgoblin that Boris gave. Probably did get 4 for 6, or at least one of his lackeys got it for him.
I won't be surprised, Boris. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a Conservative fan, but I think that Boris has done the best job that we could do. And the poor bloke, he actually got coronavirus and then he died of it and he came back.
I think Boris has done the best job that Boris could do.
Yeah.
That's. I don't think he's done the best job that anyone could do. I think he's done the best. Boris has done the best job that Boris could do. I think that.
I mean, looking at it, you know, honestly, you put yourself in their circumstances. There's no easy way out of it. First, it was all about the PPE. We couldn't get the fucking PPE. And then you go on the news, the local news around the country, you get all these firms that are saying, we can produce PPE. And you're like, does the government not see this? Locally, we can see this. You know, I look at Sherwood, where I live in Nottingham. And, you know, the national trend is shops are shutting down massively across the UK.
Yeah. In
Sherwood in Nottingham, we are bucking that trend massively. The local shops are absolutely, what are you naked? The local shops are absolutely coming back. They're coming back. And I have never seen my local community so full of independent shops, because what has happened in coronavirus, in the pandemic, is that local communities have took back. You know, people are saying, you know, go away Sainsbury's, go away all your big supermarkets. We want to go back to safe local shops. And in my area, all the local shops are thriving. And there is not a single space in the Sherwood area where there's an empty shop. Every shop now is reopening or already opening. And it's amazing, you know. It's not just about big supermarkets. I mean, in Nottingham, we've got Victoria Centre and we've got Broadmarsh Centre, Shell. And Broadmarsh Centre is basically going to be ripped apart and rebuilt as something else. But we will end up with just one shopping centre. And that's all we need, really. You know, it's only a small city.
Yeah. I've never actually been to, I've been to Nottingham briefly. I've never stayed in Nottingham before. No, I went briefly a few times, just sort of stopped over on the way to places. So I stopped at Neon Raptor, way to Peterborough. I came off the A1, stopped at Neon Raptor, got a few beers to take to my friends back when we could go into people's houses. And he lived in Peterborough, so it wasn't that far from there. But I've been a couple of times, but never stayed over. So it should be interesting in October. But yeah, I agree with traveling through. It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Yeah, because you know, if we all meet up like Bullman and you know, others, and some of the, you know, the friends of the channel, it should be a good laugh. Because you know, even though I live in Nottingham, I've never actually done the tap rooms because my friends aren't really craft beer friends.
Yeah.
And they like the pubs, but they just, you know, it's all about drinking and not appreciating the beer. Whereas obviously when you review beer and you've got an interest in beer, it's about appreciating the taste and taking in the, you know, the journey that they've gone. I mean, Neon Raptor, you know, like many others in Nottingham, come from a homebrew background. And as a home brewer, you know, it's interesting to hear how they've done. You know, it's a tough decision, you know, business. You know, you've got to have the money behind you to come from a homebrew background and the courage to do that. And so I've never been to Neon Raptor. Behind October, Liquid Light, they're going to have a tap room.
Yeah, in the
and
market.
They've done a crowdfunding project in Nottingham, and you know, obviously Nottingham breweries, and this is where the breweries in Nottingham, they're very friendly with each other, and this is good. This is good because
same in Liverpool. They're all
as a community, you know, supporting each other is so immense. By supporting each other, you're supporting yourselves, because you're drawing people into that trade. And the same thing goes to beer reviews, which is why today I opened up that beer review group on Facebook. And, you know, for me, as beer reviewers, supporting each other as a big community going forward, you know, to new beer reviewers and that, and home brewers, bringing everybody in. It's all interesting. It's all good, you know, for me at least.
With Liam's comment there as well, saying about, definitely pubs, brewery tap rooms. I don't know about distilleries in Scotland. I think Scotland might be something that's off limits till sort of the back end of this year. And definitely barbecues. Since we've been able to do it, about a couple of barbecues recently, friends and family. That's from Craig. Beer festivals. I've already got three booked in.
What's the beer festivals? Great British Beer Festival, Bristol?
No, I'm at a wedding, unfortunately. Yeah, Bristol. I'm meeting Harry in June and Rob from Hopscene. We're going down to Bristol to do the Bristol Craft Beer Festival. I've also got the Liverpool Craft Beer Expo. Unfortunately, I can't do the main day because I'm at a wedding, but I'm doing the Friday, which should be good. I would have preferred to do it in the day of the Friday, so I'm not rough the next day for the wedding, but they're not doing a day session. It's only a fat from 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go early doors and leave early. And then obviously I'm going down eventually where I can get tickets for the Nottingham Robin Hood Festival. And then I think that's everything. Don't think I've booked any more. Been looking at the one in Leeds, but and there's one in Manchester, but I haven't actually purchased them yet. I'm waiting to see.
So I'd like to do the Derby Beer Festival, because that looks interesting. A lot of good northern breweries are coming down to that. I'm going to Nottingham Craft Beer Festival. I've already bought the tickets. Robin Hood Beer Festival, I'm definitely going to.
Definitely, everything's subjective in a lot of ways. I'm as soon as the tickets come out for that, I've not bought the hotel yet, but I've put the time off work, so it's all sorted with work. Don't know what car I'll be coming in because I'm trading mine in next month, so no idea. Before mine goes pop, probably won't pass its next MOT. So
don't talk to me about cars. I mean, we've got 3 cars in the family, and none of them are great. And so the wife's car, we paid 500 quid out for a new chain last year. So hers is the best car. So we're going down to Paulton's Park in Southampton. So on the day after my birthday, we're going to Paulton's Park. So a couple of days down at Southampton, 2 days overnight, 2 days at a theme park, and now find some local shops to get some local beers, as you do. And, you know, and hopefully I'll meet up with Strong and Co. I need to email him, make sure he's okay. But hopefully I'll meet up with him because he's a good friend of the channel, you know.
Yeah.
And this is what it's about, isn't it? If someone's in your area, I mean, Scott and Wanda are down that way.
Portsmouth.
So to meet up with, Portsmouth, Southampton way. So to meet up with them would be good because they're lovely people. And to meet up with them would be good. You know, for a few hours at least in a pub. And, you know, a bit of banter. I know Scott likes his banter. He's a good lad. So that'll be good.
Yeah. Also from Craig, he's got a few plans. I know I would. He's going to the London Craft Beer Festival. I wish I could go, but everyone's wedding's been rescheduled, and it's ended up my August being more or less every weekend at a wedding.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, my workplace, as soon as weddings are available, and that we're not talking limitations, we're talking June the 21st onwards. My workplace, 5 days a week, wedding. You know, it's going to be rammed all the way through the year because there's a lot of people who need to get married, you know, and good for them. They'll see a great workplace, you know, and
Well, you can only have 15 at the minute. A lot of people don't want just 15 guests.
No, 15 shit into it. Who wants 15 at a wedding? Yeah, there's not enough people to buy you a drink, you know.
And then even I think is it May it doubles to 30, but still not a lot of people for a wedding. By the time you've got the main bits of your family done, you're gonna have what? Maybe 10 left to invite. Yeah.
You don't get the experience, do you? You know, if you go for a wedding, you want an unlimited wedding. I mean, most of the weddings my wedding 23 years ago this year. 23 years. Get more for murder. There was close to 100 of us, and you know, from Northern Ireland, England, and whatnot. And by the end of the night, there was a good 300 of us. And Jesus Christ, I drank some that. It was a good night. And I still performed. Not that you need to know.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Craig saying that would be great if he said in response to Liam saying that if we could see who's going to the festivals and meet up, that would be good. Butcher's Bakeries, yeah, I completely agree. I've had a brand new coffee shop open up literally around the corner from my house, and they also sell beer as well, which is also good. They do coffee, beer, do like sort of small bits of food, not really proper meal or anything like that. Yeah, I think it is cancelled, the Great Beer Beer. I think Camera cancelled it. I know the London Craft Beer Festival. Yeah. Yeah. Craig saying it's cancelled.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Get a map.
I definitely do. Keep a few £100 on the side. Job's a good one.
Any at a wedding. Okay, fair. My family and my other half's family, we actually get on quite well. So I'm lucky in the fact that I don't have that problem.
To be fair, with families at weddings, I always warned people that if anybody started shit at my wedding, that at the end of the wedding, after the wedding, that there would be repercussions. And luckily, no one did anything. You know, my wedding went extremely well. And you don't want to be forced into the situation where you go around and give somebody a good hiding. And not that I would. You know, if they started shit at your wedding, you know, because it's disrespectful. And luckily, no one did. It was a good wedding.
I think the only way anything would happen, it would be fringes of the family. And I think when you have it, it's the fringe of the. I think the rest of them sort of keep them in check, so it's not a problem. And our immediate family get on very well. So
at my brother's wedding, I've never been a best man, you know. And he says to me, "Can
me
you be
neither.
my best man?" And I says, "Yeah, I'll be your best man." And I suffer with terrible anxiety. So before the wedding, you know, and I had to have a glass of rum, yeah, and it was more than that size. And I got to the wedding, and I'm there, and on the stag do, went up to Whitby. Was it Whitby? No, Staves, near Whitby, and went to the stag do. Went to sea fishing. Fucking hell! I'm on this boat, and it's rocking like a twat, and I'm sick as hell. And it's like, fucking hell, get off me, get this fucking boat. The sea stinks, and I'm rocking like a twat, and I'm. Whoa. Anyway, I got off the boat.
Surprisingly, a fish.
Oh, fucking hell. Awful. And we got into this pub, and I'd had a few beers. And when I've had a few beers, I can talk, as you noticed. You may notice. And when I drink. And there's a group of lesbians in the pub. Well, I'm totally okay with that because I don't give a shit. And so this group of lesbians, and there's a group of blokes. We're part of the stag do. They're whatever they're doing. And I've had a drink, and it's like, yay! Anyway, it's some fucking fantastic banter. And you know, I'd gone from being the very, very quiet, reserved brother to being the total party goer of the town. So no one knows this. So I got to my brother's wedding day, and I'm reading the best man's speech. As you know, I'm the quiet one, and all the blokes just absolutely fucking pissed themselves laughing because they obviously knew what happened that night, and you know, and yeah, it actually went down well in the end. Although 3 bottles of wine in, and it was all red wine coming out. But yeah, never again.
So no, never been a best man. I will be an usher for the first time in August. Luckily, we've already had the stag do, so I don't have to worry about that. That was in Bratislava. Oh, it's Harry.
Oh, it is. All right.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
And it just looks like I'm going to call him Chris from now on because it looks like the bloke who was my best man at my wedding.
I'm now Chris.
Right. I'm currently empty, so I'm just going to go and grab a beer. I'll let you chat between yourselves.
Oh, that's great because my beer just went everywhere.
Oh, well, you want to go and clean up then?
Yeah, I'm cleaning up at the moment. I just grabbed my hoodie to use as clean up because I've got no fucking. It was a. You know, I thought that would be fine, and it's not. It's just.
Oh, thanks is mild.
Yeah, it'll be all right.
Thanks is mild.
You've been kicking it around your fridge. Is that why it's exploded?
It's moved around the fridge in its lifetime.
It's a bit low ABV, isn't it? You know, 3 points, something %.
Yeah, it's probably the best. It's pretty good.
3.8.
It's a good idea this time of night.
I can't believe it. You're on a 3.8. I mean, I think it's absolutely terrible. You know,
yeah,
I need to complain about the brewery that their head brewer is drinking 3.8. I mean, it's just disgusting.
Well,
he ought to be euthanized.
I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going up from 7.6, so I'll be back in a second.
I just put my hand in more beer. Right. Yeah, I just thought it'd be a good idea after the past couple of beers that I've had. So,
what was those beers you were drinking at dinner time? Was those beers or pop?
Oh, what lunchish? Lunch from. Yeah, and it was all pop. It was all because I used to years ago. I used to do like loads of soft drink reviews at the same time, and I haven't done any for about a year. And I thought, I do miss doing them, so I thought I'd do some. this week because I saw some interesting ones which I'd never seen before. And I thought, oh, I'll give them a go. And just the fucking sugar rush was nuts. The Fanta, because it was all Mexican Fanta. I've never seen it before. My local shop sold it, and they were saying, "Oh, it's American Fanta." I was like, "Oh, American Fanta, never seen that before." It turns out to be Mexican Fanta. Well, definitely never seen that before. And I thought I'd give it a go, and it was interesting. But yeah, I could fucking really do with kitchen roll. Anyone got any blue roll they can lend me?
Yeah, I've got 2 stacks of kitchen roll over there because I don't live on my own, and I actually go shopping.
Nah, what's shopping? What's shopping? Don't need to do that. Get all your stuff from work. 1 minute, I'll make something.
What's happened at work then? You know, with the place that burnt down, are they going to rebuild that? And
yeah, it's starting tomorrow. They're starting. So the insurance guys came out. They came in on Monday last week, or Tuesday last week, and then they've been checking it. They checked it Tuesday last week and also Friday just to summarise exactly how much they wanted to owe us, want to give us more life. And
insurance people are always trying to get out of it, don't they? You know.
Yeah. It felt a little bit like that. So yeah, they've basically made the assessment that yes, it's fine. We will pay out, is what they said. But I don't know how much it is. I haven't asked how much it is, but they've permitted us to rebuild the whole thing basically because it's completely fucked. So we can rebuild the whole thing. I'm guessing it's like a full payout. They're going to build it a little bit bigger. They're going to spend a little bit more money on it.
A bit like the Totties on Forest Road.
Yeah. It's a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be bigger. They're going to put some bigger milling machines inside of it, and so we can get more stuff out of it. But they're going to change the unit up, change the format of the units. So before there used to be like one big door for the milling room in one position, and then like down the side of the unit, like down this kind of alleyway, that's where they used to have like the access for the oil shed. Now they're changing it so there's 2 doors on the front, and there'll be 1 unit and 1 unit. So it'd be like two big units rather than one just kind of wrapping around them in a weird shape, forward format. So it'd be 2 units kind of side by side. Which would be better, but yeah, it's just the thing for me was the cost of the stuff that was inside of it more than anything. That's going to be interesting how they repay that. The building cost wasn't necessarily that much, but the cost of everything within it was an awful lot. So we'll see how that gets repaid back, whether that gets repaid back, but. Yeah, it's good news. That's been. I mean, I'm fine. I can work without that building existing, because it was just like a room that held grain. Well, that was the room that went up for me, but then it was a storage room as well. And the storage had like a bar, had all of our keg equipment inside of it, all the oil stuff because we have a rapeseed oil. That's part of the business as well. So all of that went up. So they'll replenish that. We had a little bit stored at different businesses, and that will be able to be spread across different companies and stuff that may be requiring that thing. But yeah, it's hopefully. Well, we were originally told 3 to 4 months, and it's now looking more like 5-6 months' time before everything be rebuilt. In a weird way, it's going to help us because with the unit gone, we can now look at we can kind of like move forward from this, and this is the way we want to have the unit now, rather than the way it was kind of originally laid out. We can change the layout now and make it more suitable. So in the long run, it's going to help, but short term, things are chaos. That's just how things are at the moment.
As a head brewer, then, do you get involved with the the whiskey, the gin, the vodka side of things?
Yeah. I mean, because I still do. I can drop in on that side anytime because I've been trained both sides. And so Paul, who is our distiller, he was a brewer originally, and he came into the company only back in September. and he was basically told, so you need to know your brewing side, but then also know your kind of your distillery side. And then in January sort of time, like through Christmas, Paul was training me and showing me how to kind of do what he knew how to do. And then I was also training myself from January onwards. So if Paul was ever off, then I would know how to run the distillery and how to do things. So it's basically designed so that anyone can run any side of the business. So, you know, if anyone's off, then someone else can run that sort of thing or whatever. It's just, you know, designed like that just so that everyone is the same, really. Everyone can do each other's job. And it's the best way to be, the best way to run a company, really.
God, yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, so you can stand it. I think the only fear we have is, weirdly, or I have, is if myself or my boss are off, we're like, well, we're fucked in terms of people operating the computer system, which is bizarre because I'm so shit at computers. But I'm the one person who knows how to actually operate the computer system we have for scanning all the barrels in. It's only because I sat for hours behind the computer trying to understand how to work it.
Can you not remotely access your computers then? No? No,
we can't, because we've... the annoying thing is that we can only do it in 2 computers. There's only one login. So if someone in the head office tries to log in on the thing, it kicks me out of it. And so it kicks me out of the system and says, oh, no, someone else is using it upstairs. One of the things, like if we're scanning barcodes, for example, and scanning them into the system, if someone moves the mouse upstairs, it kind of like TeamShare, if you ever use TeamShare, or not TeamShare, TeamViewer, and someone moves the mouse and it moves the mouse for you. And it just then fucks up your scanning in. So yeah, that's 2 things that are wrong with the system. But yeah, it's in due course, everyone will know how to work the system. It's just taken me about 2 years to understand the ins and outs of it.
It's funny, you know, because I was on Nottingham Park Estate, and we got TP'd over to this new firm, and I knew that they were a bunch of knobheads. And so they gave me this phone, this Android phone. And all of a sudden, they're trying to remote access the phone. And it says, such and such, Space Care is trying to access your phone. I says, fuck off. And 10 minutes later, Space Care is trying to access your phone. Fuck off. Fuck off. You're not accessing the phone. Why do I need you? I work my bollocks off. I don't need some little cunt in the office telling me fucking to keep an eye on me. So I fucked them off at all, and I blanked. And I did it on the other phones as well. And I knew they hated me because I know how to reverse everything. So I fucked them off on all the phones, and they didn't like it, obviously, you know. And, I'm a hacker from a gaming background. So some little dickhead's trying to fucking read your phone. Yeah, fuck off. You know, fuck off. Dickheads.
Yeah. It's not like that where we are. It's just like it's like I saw them doing it the other day because there was using TeamViewer, and I was like, oh look, there's a ghost on the screen, and I was like, oh, just let them do whatever they want to do, and because I touched that computer probably at lunchtime, reading the news, and then you know maybe whenever I'm scanning kegs in, and that's the only times I ever look at that computer. The rest of the time I'm just like
he's got
touching a boiler. Lots of energy. I'm saying the rest of the time I'm saying suggestive things to a forklift, or trying to make her work. We're getting a new forklift as well because the forklift got left out in the rain after when the fire.
How did you do that?
Fire was
you named it.
I know. Beautiful Sharon. I know she's sexy Sharon. She got left out in the fire. Dirty Sharon. And I'm gonna have to name the new forklift. Her name is Mitsubishi at the moment. She's have to be renamed. Oh, Polly.
Polly's.
She'd be the name.
Polly's. Barley wine.
With up front. I've got some up front.
Up front with her.
Oh, up front. I was going to say I thought it was up front brewing. Well, I've I've got wet legs at the moment.
Lovely.
Let me. I thought you should know that. Let me go and select a fine ale.
Okay.
Dry
Did
my...
literally all of it go? Well, I thought you started.
No. There's like that much left. But it's not very nice, is it? Really? Let's be honest. Banks is mild. I'd rather have a nice ale. I'd rather change.
Bless you. Your stall.
I'd rather change my fucking shorts and get some nice dry shorts on, because these were wet from building earlier. And
I think I'd rather have dragon soup than Banks's mild, but you know.
yeah, so would I. But you know, I'd rather have like a tomorrow available in my life. But
Anyway, I need to shoot. Wife's going to give me a bollocking. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining in, Raggy.
Thank you, Raggy. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Did I click the leave?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bye.
Well, I'll be back in a second, Adam. I can't even turn my mic off.
So we're just going to hear you potter around the kitchen.
Good. Just hear me.
I'll tell you what, this barley wine is very, very sweet smelling. It's definitely got some echo from Harry. You have to mute your mic. There you go. Oh. I've muted. I can't unmute you. I don't think I. Oh, I can unmute you.
Just keep me muted. I'm just rubbing the.
I muted you on rubbing.
Good.
Very sweet smelling barley wine. Surprisingly boozy. Well, listen to see what Harry's saying. Shall we? There we go. Well, let's not do that view. Let's do that view. Let's see what he's doing. Yeah, it was nice to see David and Lee. Okay. Thanks again to Raggy for joining. That was really nice. I did think Jake was going to join, but we'll see. Excuse me. Yeah, Liam, they have left me all alone. It is 8.2. Sorry about that. Just had to jump off for a second. Hang on, we've muted Harry. Let's unmute him. No, not had enough. I just had to jump off for a second. Unfortunately, it was badly timed.
Back.
Definitely getting some feedback from you. Is it coming through your speakers?
It's normally because this laptop's fucked.
Okay.
It normally comes through 2 places. Oh, there we go. Right. Verdant or Verdant?
I'm going to have to go with Verdant.
Okay, cool. What'll it be? IPA or IPA?
What's the higher ABV?
In fact, Pale Ale or IPA?
IPA.
Okay, right.
I'm liking this view. I like to do the smaller one.
All right. We'll call you a certain fucking beer chew then because you're a cunt.
Why? No, because I'd put myself on if I was that person.
Oh yeah. So I'm the cunt now. So putty. It's an old putty. In a siren glass because that had dragon soup in it before.
Oh dear.
We don't want to taint it.
To answer Liam's, and I've sent Liam a link by the way. I don't know why he hasn't. He might be busy, I suppose.
Because he's scared. He's scared of me.
Yes, I'm scared.
Scared of dragon soup, man.
8.2. Yeah, let's do the not bad. Hang on. Wait. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So it's hopped entirely with Centennial, USO 5, which I think is a weird use for barley wine.
Yeah, it is a bit odd.
And 8.2 is an odd strength.
It's just a weird strength to choose in an ale. It should be more.
One or the other. It's 8. You're either doing it. Well, barley wine shouldn't be below 9.
It's either 9 or 10.
Yeah.
Not 8.2.
Or 11.
Yeah.
We've got a 12. We've got a 12 next. So
good.
And
I mean,
yours and Peter's favourite brewery.
What, Quickening?
No, Torreside. I know you love.
Oh, how much Peter loves and I love Torreside. See, there was something on UK Beer and Brew Festivals the other day. Like he was like the guy from Torreside was saying, "Oh, I really fucking hate this label." I was like, "Well, just don't label your beers. It's easier. Just don't label them. Don't say that you've made them.
Just with the smoky, so
just a bottle of smoke.
Just put a Tipex of tea on the top of the beer cap on the top, so it's Torreside, and then it's going to be smoky.
Just to miss out on it. Ooh. That is ropey now.
And surprisingly, it's old.
It is old. Well, cream fresh, hop stayed fast, / possibly upstairs originally. Best before is 11th of July. It's not very nice.
Evening, Steve.
Good evening, Steve. Yeah.
I think this is probably fresher for a barley wine. 23rd of Feb this year.
Mega fresh. I
I
think I've got one that's. This is 17th of Feb. This one. This fine ale. It's just like when I did that Verdant order. Is it pale ale? Pale ale. When I did the order, Verdant was getting a bit of hype, and then now they're just not, because this beer was pretty meh. They released. No, I finished it. I completed it like a real man. I like how you got the StreamYard live. I've just seen that now in the top right. It's good.
Can change.
It's good. In fact, I'll just put it there for you.
Let's have a look.
There you go.
I can't. So it's either StreamYard or StreamYard.
StreamYard live.
Not live. Now we're live. Not live.
Are you
Not
on? Are you on budget version?
I'm
You
on
on that
budget
10?
paid.
Budget paid that £10 version.
Yeah.
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 Fair enough. Stream me live.
So,
Yeah, fair enough.
do a reverse countdown. Maybe we can't do a reverse countdown.
Dragon soup. Buy dragon soup from your nearest shop. I highly recommend buying dragon soup. It's really tasty. Yum.
And
Good.
he said dragon soup too much and it broke it.
Good. It was fine on my camera. Yeah.
Broke it.
It's not nice, this. I'm just not going to drink it. It's gonna go to poor pile, which is now a pint glass.
Are you just going to curvy it?
Hmm?
You're doing a curvy.
A curvy?
Yeah.
Curvy.
Should be straight. It's
This is curvy. Yeah, that's not very nice. No, not even. That's just become a dirty pint. Adam, what do I have? Tell me.
olive oil.
What?
The olive oil in the door. You opened the door and said, "What should I have?" I said, "Olive oil."
Olive oil. Okay. I don't have any olive oil at all.
Oh, is it rapeseed oil?
No, sesame oil.
Oh god, very fancy.
I know. Pint of it, please.
I wouldn't recommend this Polly's barley wine.
Good, that's fine. I won't buy it. I wouldn't buy it anyway. Oh, I love that.
Very sweet. Very, very sweet.
I was going to have this earlier anyway. But I fancy a stout. So I will have this. This is never a good idea either.
Well, you'll make it back in a second.
Rattle the cupboard. Rattly. So that oil, yes. If we many more times. Is this one? I've had this for quite some time, actually. Let's get a clean glass first before I pour it out. It is Sinner Santa. This is
It's a Christmas ale.
It is Christmas ale. It's a spiced imperial stout. It's Christmas ale from
Fine.
Lehe
What
Prulagoda.
ABV is it?
Oh, sessionable 10. So
Alright.
yeah, I'll just get a glass and then I'll chug it.
Are we playing one up the ship then? Are we going? I have to go up again.
I think that's a good game
I
to
did
play.
8.2.
I think it's a good game to
Okay.
play.
We'll play that game then.
Good.
30.2. Which is the Hala Tempest collab.
Okay.
160, which I sent to Paul, which I haven't actually had mine yet, and the wax is starting to go funny. So I was like, that needs drinking.
That means drink it now and just chug it. 1 second. I'll get glassware.
Oh, you ran away very. I don't know about my internet then that broke. That's it. Because I brought it up, Liam. Yeah, nothing showed up. Like around nothing either.
I love how I've reached the point in my life where I get up and everything cracks. It's good. It's good. I just know that I'm.
I just my knees.
That's everything. My knees, my body, my life. Right.
I'm going to cut the wax off because I know that's the annoying bit.
But there's a Bowman
I haven't
method.
got my keys on me.
There you go. I'll give you mine.
I've got a knife on me bottle.
You don't have a knife
That's what
on
it's
you.
for.
We're going to say you don't have a
No,
knife on you.
I've
You're a
got a
fucking
knife.
scouser. You should have a knife on you.
My bottle opener has a knife on it.
Oh, well, you know. Always
That's what
prepared.
it's for. This is from is it still on there? I think it's come off. I don't think you'll be able to see it, but this is the Threshers. Does anyone have the Threshers? There you go. That'll
Oh, the Threshers. The old bottle shops.
Yeah.
Yeah, vintage.
Yeah.
Vintage, man. Yeah. Well, bottoms up.
I've still got my barley one.
Well, yeah, that's
Okay.
definitely a spiced stout.
Spiced. Because I had the Virginia Beer Company spiced one. That was only like 6.5 though.
Sorry, it might take me some time because this is all in Estonian. So let me try and put this through a translator. Estonian to English, Estonian to English, Estonian.
Talking. We've already got Harry bad internet, so my bad internet. So third bad internet should work out right.
Yeah, it's just like eventually, like the internet, we have three of us with shit internet. We'll make a new internet.
Exactly.
Is
Send all the link.
okay. Vanilla Jet. Whole vanilla. Can Ilia Canili cinnamon stuffed with vanilla, cinnamon and
That's impressive. They put the vanilla on the cinnamon, just stuff it in before putting it in the
just stuffed it.
Yeah.
Cinnamon and vacuum. This next word might help it. Timuri.
Right, I'm going to lower my definition because it's lagging badly for me.
Stuff with vanilla, cinnamon, and timer pepper. So some form of, I'm guessing that's chili pepper. Oh ho ho, is what it says. Yeah, spiced imperial stout ties vaniljet canili timuri pipat, which suggests it's stuffed with cinnamon, vanilla, and thyme. What the fuck is timer pepper?
I don't know. I just thought
Like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's not a pepper, surely.
But Timuri is Timuri. So it's got lactose, which in Estonian is lactusi, like that. Contains barley and wheat malt lactose. That's all. No yeast. Doesn't need it. Doesn't need the yeast. Or the hops or the water. No hops or water are required in this fine ale.
Okay. It's actually pronounced Timur pepper. And Paul.
Okay, Mr. Estonian man. So what Timur pepper? What is Timur pepper?
It is from the Szechuan pepper family.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think it's actually timer pepper. I think that's way better. It's pepper with a half-life. It dies quicker.
Also known as false flag pepper.
Yeah. Is it false flag pepper like the? I've heard of that one. It looks like something else. But
It looks like
isn't.
peppercorns.
Yeah, Celine pepper. Yeah. Nice. Well, there you go. Learned everything in one night. Surely Google Lens. What's Google Lens? Does Google Lens still exist? That was those glasses, wasn't it?
Yeah. It doesn't exist. I know what it means, Google Lens. It's been separated into two apps. It's now Google Translate with the photo bit, and it's also now Google called something else, where you take a picture of something and it's like a statue or something. It'll give you all the information about the statue.
That's great. Let's do it on Colson Tower.
Okay.
That famous statue. Yeah, what? Because I thought Google Lens was Google Glasses or something that they were going to do. Or was that Google Glasses?
Google Glass. Yeah,
Oh.
Google Glass wasn't glasses.
Well, where did they go in
But it's fine. We
2010?
won't need that anymore. Did you not see what Elon? Don't need it anymore. Have you not seen what Elon Musk's doing with monkeys?
Is he putting them in space and doing something with them?
Google Elon Musk monkey.
Is he mating with them?
And being no, it's scarier.
Oh, that looks fascinating. Monkey.
It's scary.
See, playing Pong with mind.
Yeah, brain implants, basically.
What is it? Is that? It's not something humanism. What's it called? Transhumanism. That's what it is, isn't it? Transhumanism, where they put like chips in your brain and stuff. Like, we did a whole thing on this at at college on transhumanism. It was like, this is weird. Why are we doing a whole fucking quarter of a year on it? This is not worth it. Oh, it's quite interesting, but it's weird.
He spoke about it about 2 years ago on, maybe longer than 2 years ago, on Joe Rogan podcast, and that was frightening how accurate he was then to what's happening now.
Yeah, it's the future which I'm glad I'm not going to be part of. I'm glad I'm born now.
It'll probably be in our lifetime.
It will, yeah, it will. There'll be a whole load of like we're hearing now, a whole load of ethical issues about, for example, COVID passports. I'm sure there'll be 20 years of ethical issues about, transhumanisms and that, and having like freaking mind control bollocks in chips in your brain. I'll never have one in mine. I don't want one, please. And if it means that I will be euthanized for it, or it's worth it. I don't want to have a COVID passport, but having a chip in my brain. No, I'm good. I'll just move to the North Pole, live on my own. I'm happy with that.
Move to America.
Yeah.
Middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Move to the 5th century. Move to the third world. It was easier.
I think they say of America, if you drive an electric car, that you get shot to ribbons.
Oh, I'd be fucking loved around there. Do you reckon I could be king in parts of America for that? Everyone must drive pickups. Yeah! Great, cool. They must be Toyota. But the Japs destroyed Pearl Harbor. No, but they did that a long time ago. They do good cars. It's okay. Chevrolets are shit. Toyotas are fine. No, Chevrolets. I'm upturned as removed as Lord.
No, it's all Ford pick.
Oh yeah, Fords. I've looked at Fords briefly. The Rangers, because we only get Rangers here. We don't get for a 350. You need to have a truck license, which I do have
in the States.
But
in the States, you don't. I could have got a 350 in the States or a Lincoln Navigator. They were the options.
Navigator, and you pretend you're in the military of some form.
they had at the car rental place. They had one, and it was late back, so I didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Got a Jeep instead.
I've got my advanced driving soon, so for something I've got to do, and yeah, and I get a discovery for my advanced driving. I can't wait for it. It's gonna be great. Yeah, advanced driving course and a free discovery for a week. Win. It's gonna be great fun. I'm kind of, I've done advanced driving or parts of my advanced driving course before, and they're going to start from the beginning again. I'm just like, cool. It's so tricky as well when I've done it before, so I have to be like mega sober for at least a week before it because it's just like
Am I dead laggy because I'm getting a lot of lag?
It's a little bit laggy, but it's not massively bad.
All right, okay. You're dead laggy to me. Like the picture. I don't know how it's coming out on YouTube, but the picture is miles behind the audio.
Let me look on PooTube. Mine, I'm crystal clear on PooTube. You're in calculator mode.
Okay, bear with me a sec.
Which is a fucking first. Well, yeah, Traveller Breeze. Yeah, you look. Well, you look fine because, of course, you're not here. Yes, he doesn't have any knife. It's a Stanley. I snapped my Stanley earlier. Yesterday, snapped it. That could be a euphemism that everyone wants to hear about. Why did I put that there? There we go. That's back there. I've had this beer for many, many months. It came in an Estonian beer box, and I never drank it until now. And it's obviously the best time to drink a spiced imperial stout at whatever the time is, 11:15 on a Saturday night. But there's just nothing else that's. I felt like an imperial, and we're playing like Adam and I have played beer battleships before. Harry, no. What? What's no? What is no? We've played beer battleships before, and I think it's another night for beer battleships. Or at least, have I gone? Have I gone off screen? I don't know. Why are you saying Harry, no? I don't know. There we go. But yeah, looking forward to doing my advanced driving course. I've done my C1 so I can drive anything up to like big trucks, pickup trucks, but it'd be great fun. Be supreme leader of the states. Fuck shit up. I'd make things happen. Could think of worse time to drink it. Early morning journey. Yeah, that would be a worse time. Early morning. Hungover. Massively hungover. Still steaming. From the night before. And waiting for the hangover to occur. That's the worst time. And it's really hot. Or even you've just stood by the grill for like 20 minutes trying to get rid of that hangover. You're in the phase where you start to feel sick. That's when you want to have this. That's when you want to have it. Because you will feel fucking terrible having this. It's spiced all right. It's weird. It's minty. It's chocolatey. It's Vaniljet Kanili ja Timuri. That's what it is. All in one together. It's difficult. It's difficult to consume, but it's okay at this time. Yeah.
And I logged back in, and basically it wouldn't let me add myself to the stream because it kicked me out of the stream. Yeah. So
Good.
Weird.
Not allowed in. If your name's not down, you're not coming
in. I know we're up to in the comments. Travel and Bruce likes mind control.
Just said no. I still don't know what that's about.
I think for the first time stream. Okay. The best time to drink? I don't understand what he means.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was saying that we're playing beer battleships, and it's like, the stronger you get, the better. Except it's not beer battleships. We're just like raising each other.
I can still go twice after this, so it's okay. Whether
That's
you
fine.
question altogether.
I can. I can. The thing is, I can. Whether it's a good idea or not is another thing. But I've got nothing to do tomorrow apart from drink more beer. So.
Okay.
And regret it. So that's it. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm doing my advanced. I finished off my advanced, or doing my advanced driving, because I started doing it a couple of years ago, back in December 18, when I was going for a police job, and one of my mates was in the police at the time and said, "Well, when you do your advanced, because it will get you a step above, and it will look like you want to do the job." I was like, "Yeah, cool, I'll do that." And then just never actually entered for the semi-entered for the police job, and then it just wasn't right for me in the end because other places came up, and yeah, but that would have been fun. Past my advanced driving, I started low at 3.5, tripled it to a 10%, triple each strength 30%. Yeah, that'll do. No,
that's not math. That's like 105.9% math.
Yeah, so what have I had? I've had 3.5, 3.5, 5.4, 4.9, and 10. And then Dragon Soup, which is 7.5, and then this, which is 10. I tried 3.5 mild, but it exploded. So, and then also had a little bit of the 8.
It was a sign not to drink it. That's why it exploded.
Yeah, you just said, "No, I do not need to be consumed. I will explode."
I'm still on this 8.2, but I will be shortly. It's very sweet.
Sessionable barley wine. I think you need to chug it.
I've had less sweet New England IPAs, double New England IPAs than this.
Adam, are you in the same position as me, where you're getting a bit fed up of like silly ABV beers?
No. I bought a triple New England IPA from 2 Old this week, and also I bought the Cloudwater Green Sheep quad because I'm stupid like that.
You're stupid. You're just like you're a basic bitch, is what you are.
Yeah,
craft beer basic bitch.
The triple is 13, but the quad is 12.5. Work that one out.
Quick maths. Yeah, no, it gets to a point where there are too many beers that are silly ABV, and I'm just...
My balance is off with them. I should be getting half and half, and I'm not. It's massively swayed in the other direction. But that's because every double IPA is 8% plus.
So what do you kind of have during the week? Is it always Shitty Shipyard?
Not anymore. I have the last one.
Well, not anymore, because you've had them all. But like, typically, what would you have during the week?
So a key example of a nice one that I had during the week was Lost and Grounded Ale, which was 6.2. I'll try and keep to about 6 and under usually. I'll let it off with 0.2 either way.
When I say 6 and under, so when you say 6 and under, what would you have that's 6 and under? Name more beers.
Earlier today, I also had another Lost and Grounded. I had the Hellas, which was 4.2.
Yeah. Nice.
It was alright. It wasn't bad. It was very grassy. Very, very grassy. What did I have? What about this week? I'll do on my Untapped. This I have an Untapped because my mind cannot store that edition. It is beyond.
Yeah, I understand that.
The capacity of my mind to store it.
I can't think about what I had like Thursday when it came back. I was like, I wanted to go to bed now. I literally got in. Mum and dad were here. I got in about 7 o'clock, and I was like, "Yeah, sleep time." I was literally just slept on the sofa whilst they were talking around me, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, just wake up. It's dinner time." I was like, "Yeah, cool. I'll wake up." And then they said, "Do you want a drink?" Dad said as soon as I got in, he was like, "Do you want gin and tonic?" I was like, "No, I just want a pint of squash. I want a pint of squash. Wake me like fucking water. Hydrate me." And then like. Evan had a pint of squash and then another pint of squash and then had a sleep for like 20 minutes and then goes, do you want gin now? I was like, no. No, still no. And I had a Thatcher's Cloudy Lemon, which is quite nice. It's quite nice. It tastes like cloudy lemonade with cider. I've literally had a pint, poured it in, and then I was just like, Mum and Dad were here. I just went, just fucking downed it in front of them. They were like, what are you doing? I was like, yeah, that's it, done. Now, no more now. I don't want anything else now. Now I just want squash again. I'm sorted, and I went to bed like an hour later. I was fucking shattered on Thursday.
Thursday was interesting for me because I had my lowest ever rated day of beer.
What was it?
The Best Foot Forward, which is the bitter.
Shit. It's fucking shit.
Yeah.
That's like... Yeah. 3 point. It was like a 3 or something like that. I gave it 3.5 maybe.
Oh, the ABV's 4.4. I gave it 2.5.
Yeah, it's shit. It's such a shit beer. It's not a bitter.
I also had the Oof from Acorn after your recommendation, and that was a 4.25.
Was it? See,
I liked it. It would have been a 4.5 if it wasn't so sweet.
Yes, yeah. That was my issue. It was a bit sweet for a mild. It was, for me, I think on cask it would be fantastic.
I'm listening.
Because
2 seconds.
That's right. I think on cask that beer would be brilliant because in a bottle, for me, it was a little bit thin compared to what I would have hoped it would be. But it also was a little bit sweet. I can't remember what I gave it. It was around a 3.75 or something, and it was fucking good. But on cask, it would be way better. Cask would be way better, and then also less sweetness would be better. I think also Green Duck have done a maple mild as well, which I haven't tried. I looked at it the other day.
The flavour was brilliant, but it was too sugary. If you could crack the flavour without the sweetness, it'd be banging. Yeah. That was what I had. They were the 2 beers I had Thursday. That was it. And then that's because on Thursday I got my order, and previous to that I didn't have a beer below 9% that wasn't Shipyard. So on the Wednesday I had Shipyard and an Imperial Stout of 9%.
That's fine. Just drink them all. Cuvée.
No. I worked out that worked out to about 6%. I think 9 and a 4.2.
Yeah, that's about right. Fucking kill this. One fucking bear fly just going around the house, trying to kill him for the past like 4 days.
You need to get what I have on Amazon for the summer, which is a tennis racket, electrified tennis racket.
Oh yeah, the thing is that's too satisfying. I want to slap him with my bare hands, kill him with my bare hands.
You do, and then they're catching the electric and smoke.
See, what I like is at work we've got the electric, the ultraviolet things that attract everything to them. It's like when you're having lunch and there's one that's got caught in it, and then it sets it on fire, and it's just like goes on fire because it's been sitting there and it's stuck between the 2 rails. Yeah, for too long. I love it when that happens, but it produces a smell, and that's the smell of death.
That happens with the tennis bracket. Exactly what happens with the tennis bracket, just on a smaller scale. Yeah. It's when it's plugged into mains and it's doing that, and it's just the whole fly is caught fire. Just like, well, cremation, free cremation for you. It's 4 AA batteries, so
yeah. I kind of just destroy them with these. That's it. Just kill them with that. Or on the wall. We used to have when I was at school, we had like a book, a German translation book full of wasps. We used to hit it with a book and then just put it in the book and then squeeze it up and mash it between the pages and then just leave it on the bookcase. It's good. It's called going to an all boys school. That's what it is.
You went to an all boys school. I can't even imagine that.
Yeah, it's fun. We're all cunts. It's loads of cunts everywhere, and they're boys.
I would actively like to say to Thomas, thank you for that message, but please do not share. Please
dislike all of our channels. Yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm going to do the.
You cunt.
Polly's.
He's on Polly.
Polly wine.
He's all over Polly tonight.
Can you see it?
No.
Too potatoey.
Fine. Yeah, I can see it now. It just says something barley wine and up front, but you can't read the rest of the words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyway, Centennial, a weird hop for a barley wine. Now, I'll send Disco. I've got Disco on Twitter, so I will send Disco the link because I like Disco and I want him to do more live streams.
Are they not live at the moment? Because you did say he was live. It might have been earlier. I might have missed.
They only do an hour, don't? It's an hour from 10 o'clock.
Well, that's my fault then. I did say I was going to watch it, and I've been doing fuck all. So hello.
I don't have Instagram, so I can't watch it.
Get Instagram. It's not hard.
No thanks.
Why?
I don't like taking pictures of food.
You don't have to. You can just have an Instagram account and not do anything. I was like Instagram.
It's a bit creepy, isn't it?
No, that's what everyone does. I signed up to Instagram like 2016, and then just didn't really post anything until 2019 or 2018, and then I started posting pictures of the beers I'm drinking and whatnot, and that's it. And
is Liam? Liam went to an all boys school. His family are from the island where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a sliding doors situation? It's in sliding doors.
No, but what?
Sliding doors is about someone that misses a train, and then the story deviates, and you have two side by side stories.
Oh yeah, no. It's Liam. What's your surname? It's going to be a really weird question to ask, but what is it? And then I can trace your family back into my life.
It's what's on Untapped, I believe.
Oh, is it? What was it?
Canavan?
Canavan. Cavana. Cavana. Are you from? Yeah. I don't know why I'm looking for my phone. That would help anything to this part. So I'm just trying to look at my. That's probably that upstairs.
Cabinet.
Liam Kavanagh.
Kavanagh, yeah. Oh, it's this person.
That person.
Where's the ban button? He's run away now.
I'm just going to look for my phone because I left it upstairs, I think.
Yeah, put everything. Oh, Dappo, we are blessed. The man with a very impressive cellar. What is Harry doing? He's making such a weird noise. It's like moving furniture.
It's a wheelchair on a nice laminate floor. That's what you wanted to hear. Car. Oh yeah. No, mine's McGill. Either McGill or Mulligan. So.
I wonder if it's related to Irish former right back Stephen Carr.
Stephen Carr, classic player, quality player, top premium knobhead is Stephen Carr. Love him.
Knobhead. Not knobhead. He's a quality player.
No, exactly. He plays for Blues. He's a premium knobhead. He's the kind of knobhead you want to have play for you.
Republic of Ireland international as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no. The name in Sligo was Mulligan. I'm going to go around Sligo.
Barley wine.
Barley wine, barley wine. MerseyBeers just drinks barley wine. If I go, let's find it because there's quite this. I don't know because it's Jurassic Park. It's a massive park. It's in my head so badly. It's Sinner Santa.
Oh. Right.
It's Jurassic Park. It's a massive park. I shouldn't have watched it earlier because it's going to be in my head for the rest of the week. Spice Imperial Stout.
It was nice. And now I'm thinking some thoughts.
It's Jurassic Park. It's a massive park.
Do you reckon on 160 shilling? On 160 shilling, can I get a Red Bull?
Yes. Okay. Nearly. Nearly.
No.
No? You didn't put it hard enough. You went a little bit like limp wrist on the first bit of it.
It's always limps. I do like that this was covered. It was covered in wax, but then when I took it off, it was the Poo Harler.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The last one was name? It's Puyala. It's not Puyala.
Poo Harler.
Puyala. It's like if they were to brew like a Kvake IPA, it would be like the most ill-pronounced beer of all time. What's the brewery name? Pujala Kvake IPA. All right then. That's what it is, isn't it? Pujala. Have you got any of that Pujala?
See, I told you. I said that massive seller. And then he comes in with that comment.
Tre hombre from Case.
From Case
Klein. Case Klein, who is probably dead by now. There probably is football. Football, all the football, always football. Football this week, football, all the football. Yeah, there's more football tomorrow, which means more money.
Ooh, that is nice. The honey is nice. I like it. Oh, he's waving to Lucy. Danger zone. Danger. Devil. Yeah, Pooh Harler. He's not looking.
I'm not looking. What am I looking? What am I supposed to be looking at? Jalla. Poo Jalla.
Pooh.
Have you got yours Poo Jalla ales? You got any Poo Jalla? The Yorkshire pronunciation of Puyala is Pujala. You got a Poo Jalla ale? Drop us one of those Poo Jalla ales from Estonia. Drop us a pool jella, mate. Oh, yeah, that's sweet, that. I love a pool jella. Fuck off.
You keep saying Yorkshire accent, but you're doing a Mancunian accent.
Oh, my name's Peter. My name's Peter. I've just been at a party. Do you have any pool jella ale? Oh, it's nice, that pool jella. It's a nice little imperial style, that pool jella ale. Oh, fuck off, Peter. Go back to your party and drink some fucking Red Stripe. You don't need poo jella in your life. Fucking Mancunian arse.
Oh, are we excited for Peter's Pongo Squealio briefly resurrected cast? I say
the thing is, Mondo Squealido has never not existed. So I don't know why he's like. Is he like trying to re-promote his website again? Because it's been alive for ages and he just didn't do anything on it. It could have been massive. He had like 20,000 subscribers back like 2-3 years ago. He did fuck all about it.
But he put it on the gluten stream. That's why I was like, why would you put it on that on your other channel? It was like, oh, it's broken. All right, okay.
I think Peter broke it. He just sat on it too long.
You just want to hug him and just go, shh, it'll be okay.
Shh, Peter, just less of the porn. Just less of the porn, and YouTube might like it. Just do proper films, Peter. Just do proper films.
You can't do proper films. Is like where he gets the copyright.
Yeah. Shh, Peter, just do proper films, but just like badly. Don't put a copyright on them. Just like badly. Dub really badly over them in like horrible voices. Peter, gotta love Peter. I'm still trying to find there's like there's a on the census. There's who my family is all related to. There we go. There's the Durkins in the back of my memory about there. There's the Durkins. We stay at their farm because it's all farmers, just for Liam, Trevor and Bruce, who's not watching anymore, probably. But yeah, there's the Durkins who we stay at their farm now and again, because our farm is pretty much uninhabitable at the moment because it's just a wreck. No, well, people stay in there once every 5 years. Yeah. It must be the Durkins, and then we tend to stay in like when the last people have been over there at the house has been where they stayed in the Durkins. So yeah, no one really lives there anymore. You can do everything would get YouTube has been a bit tight recently. Facebook's been fucking terrible recently. It's been really bad. I got flagged for saying telling someone to just. Fuck off, you cunt. And it was just being like jokingly. And we just like got, oh, you're a dick.
It makes me laugh on the beer and banter group how many times people get banned.
Yeah. Well, that's what Craft Beer Lovers Forum doesn't exist anymore because someone who was being a dick complained about the group so many times that the whole group got taken down.
Is that what happened? I wasn't sure.
So some homophobic arsehole. This is what like I saw and like on that night, and then I was like, what? Why the fuck is like Craft Beer Lovers 2 started up? And I saw that some homophobic guy was spouting shit, and then he was getting loads of like shit against him, and then he had a couple of people, him and like a couple of other people were just like reporting the group loads of times, and then that's why Craft Beer Lovers Forum got taken down, and that's why they've had to start up a new one. But then like that's probably only got like, well, last I checked it only had like 30 of us inside of it.
80. It's up to
80, okay. But I think a lot of people have moved on to beer and banter nowadays.
I don't know if they will because it's a very select group.
It's a select group, and it is clicky. It is definitely clicky. I don't know who Dave Neverson is. I know they all hate Hugh, and that's beautiful because he's got a beautiful beard, and I just like to. I love Hugh. Hugh's a beautiful man, but he gets so much anti-banter.
He is love to hate. That's what it is, because you just abuse him for his twigginess, and it's funny.
Yeah, I think I kind of want to join Hugh for his twigginess because I'm a twig lover.
It depends on my mood and what beer it is.
It
just makes me laugh when your friend and mentor Gaz Prescott,
my best mate to be.
Yeah. Says all this stuff about it being it's so crafty, and I'm like going, you literally had a black seaweed head on a white beer.
I think Gaz Prescott is me in the future.
What a hypocrite!
I am one. I'm just so bored with I can understand Gaz Prescott is so bored with a lot of things, and I think that's me in a couple of years' time. I'm so bored with craft.
I think his stuff is really good that he posts. It is funny. Some of the Team Toxic beer is all right.
Yeah, I just think a lot of breweries are, being reincarnated as another brewery, endlessly, and a lot of breweries are fucking terrible. I think weirdly around here, I still get to experience the wonderful taste of breweries that are fucking awful, which is nice to know now and again.
Did you see Raggy had a Holden's beer the other day? I meant to mention it when he was on.
I've got some Holden's beer to give you of a couple of days. Well, I was going to do it last week, but I might do it this week.
He had the gold.
Holden's Gold. Where are you? I can see you somewhere in my vicinity. Oh,
it's a yellow label.
Oh, you fuck! You're up there now. You will meet your demise one day. You can beer fly. Yellow label Holden's Gold. I've had it before. It's all right. Where did you get it from? Like, did you get it from like some? What? You couldn't have got it from a supermarket, surely?
Yeah, Asda.
Okay. That says
Asda. Would be regional, I imagine. That's what I said. We don't see up here.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny in Brum you get Castle Rock now and again, like where my parents' house is. You get Castle Rock down at the golf club, and they do elsewhere in Brum. So yeah, you see some Castle Rock. So I'm sure there's some swaps and stuff that goes on.
Yeah,
that's probably what it is.
This is for 13.2 is extremely smooth. That honey is brilliant. Brilliant.
Which one is this? Pujala.
It is the Pujala. Hang on. Let me make myself big.
Do it for me, Ad. Do it for me. Make yourself.
Tempest Cola.
Pujala Tempest. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's Jim's reviewed it. I sent it to Paul. Paul's done it.
Nice.
It's I can never say it. No, John says it really well. Auchintosh whiskey barrels.
Auchintosh.
But right. It's a blend. Well, it's a blended cask. Sorry.
Yeah. My mum and dad have given me some whiskey. I don't know where I put it still after a week. I'll find it one day. They came here on Thursday and I still don't know where they put loads of stuff. They fucking moved my yeast around. I don't know where that's gone.
Sounds painful.
Yeah, it was. I was trying to find it earlier. I was like, where's my yeast gone? Where's my yeast? What do I have now?
Probably put it in the bin. You've got to go higher. You've got to go higher than 13.2.
That's easily done. But what do I have? Like what? Yeah. Like if I go higher, what are you going to have? What's the strongest bit you got? Basically.
15.8.
Okay,
Wait,
so
no.
what's
Do I have a 16? No, I think 15.8.
okay? What's the weakest spirit you've got?
My whiskey, which is 40.
Good, because the next ABV above this, and I want to play top trumps in. I could go for another 10, could do that, or I could just jump up to a 17.
You could do. Have you not got like a 12 or a 14?
I said, what? Let's dig through the shelves of ale.
I've got loads of 10s. I could do a 10 now. I've got another Buhala, which is the track Buhala one, which is a 10 or 11.
If I had 3 beers together.
I'm not doing maths.
Right.
You're a bit behind, Steve. We're already on 13.2.
That's session. That's session. That's a water now. I could just sit on another 10%er.
If you want, I'll have to go down then. It's like a weird game of snakes and ladders.
Yeah, that's cheating.
But unless you go back up again. That's how snakes and ladders works. You go down and then back up.
Yeah, this will be the last beer. I'll have a 17%er and then just say boot and blue nose. That's what you're gonna have to say. You're gonna have to say boot and blue nose, and you know what that means.
Okay.
That means next time you come on live, you need to do more than 17%.
Let me think. Hang on. I might have an 18, but it's a 750ml.
It's your fault.
I won't do that.
Recap it for tomorrow. Or
No,
next couple of days.
I won't want it tomorrow. The 15.8 is
right.
Is a 330ml can, which is ideal.
I'll have a look in the cupboard because I might have something. So you got a 15%er, something like that.
15.8. Hang on.
Okay, I'll have a look as well. See what I've got. This is called being arseholes to one another.
Yeah, 15.8. It's a 330ml. That's why I was like, oh, that'd be fine. It's the double that's not a double, as we spoke last week. Although it was Rob that said that you might not be online.
Yes, a session ale. There we go.
Is that Beavertown?
No, wrong.
Oh.
Wrong, Squire. Car keys. I need to find my car keys. It is a nice little session ale, a honey pot Buffalo Trace bourbon, barrel aged, 14.2%.
Okay.
So beat that.
Yeah. The 15.8. The Slopian Blair Frick Cola. It's the rum barrel aged double. It's not can't be a double at 15.8.
Oh, it's a session ale, that one.
But I'm still drinking the 13.2.
That's all right. I'm just going to open mine up. Ready. Always have a blade available.
As
Look what
Dabble
I did. That. I did that to my blade yesterday. I snapped it off.
That's what I've done on my Stanley knife.
That's where you get a double-ended one.
I do have a double-ended one, and I've turned it round, but it's blunt now. And I've got a replacement blade, but it won't fit in. I'm like, they don't come in different sizes, so why is it not fitting?
Make it fit.
That's the issue, but then I nearly cut my hand out the other day trying to do that.
It's like the couple of days after I put this new blade in, the other end of this new blade, I just fucking chopped the top of my finger off. I was like, well, that happened. It's like,
No, I did it pushing it in, so it was like the inside of my finger.
Oh, okay. No, I just top of that. I've taken the top of that finger off for my middle finger and taken the top of that finger off and just fucking stabbing shit. This is a shitly put on wax top.
Are you doing it with your key?
Do it with a knife. It's so
No, do not do it with the Stanley knife.
Done.
It's an awkward shape.
Done, mate. It's shitly put on,
Right.
but I took the foreskin off.
Have you ever done it with the car key before?
No.
Good for the car key. You just roll it along the bottom of the lip of the cab.
Oh, okay. My car key, which is covered in concrete.
Yeah, don't do that.
Well, can I use the remnants of Admiral Akbar? It's a trap.
Probably
I'm
not.
nearly dead. He's nearly dead. He's lost both limbs. He needs to be resurrected one day.
I think Steve has not watched back the Battleships game that we played.
He probably hasn't.
That went badly wrong, didn't it?
It did.
But
That's
I
what
still
helps.
believe that. I believe that could work.
I'd love it to work. I think we should play it with Steve. No, I think we should get a full round of people in, and rather than do it to each other, it should be, one person is drinking a beer and the rest of us are say we're all drinking beer. We're all drinking the same beer all the time, and then one person says to someone else, just says B4, but everyone has all their beers set up in a format, and you're like, oh shit, a bit it says B4 to whatever person, so it can be like a 6-way war, and B4 to that person, you're like, oh shit, well I'm gonna do C3 to someone else, and it can be done around the different people.
Yeah, it could be. You could do. I thought you could do it with 750s, 330. You'd have to be bottles. Don't think it would work with cans. You'd have to do 750, 330, and a 500. And basically, the 750 be your aircraft carrier. Down lengthways. So that would be the length. So you'd have to get all the hits on the length of the 750, and obviously a 330 would only be 2 hits.
Yeah. No, I'm happy with that.
But the strength would be, because that's a 330.
Whatever.
Yeah. But you could get some of those Wildman ales. They're 750s, but they're 5%. So you'd be like, it's an aircraft carrier. It's a crap one.
It's a sessionable aircraft carrier.
Yeah. But then you're buggered when it's like that. And you're like, oh, crap, I've done that. And then you hit a bottle 500. You do the.
I've got one that would fuck you up. This one. I've had this for ages as well. I just haven't done it. The Evil Twin.
Oh yeah,
I've had that for ages.
That's on Beer Hop at the moment.
Yeah, I got it from Gonzo in December, maybe November, and I just haven't done it yet.
There's been months in the we thought about it a couple of months ago, didn't we?
Yeah,
it didn't really work
because Adam got absolutely battered.
nearly fell into the garden.
Very, very quickly got battered because he was. I was quite lucky in that episode of the game.
Yeah, I think I had 3 Imperial Stouts at 10%. To that.
Yeah, you did.
In 440 cans.
I think the thing was I was noting down what I was saying, and you were just constantly saying the same thing.
And I'm okay. Space, and then I was like,
It'll have to be a thing that we do it. We do BCBF, but just do it with fucking beer stalls. Is just have them written down and have all the different beer stalls named down. So now you have to go to C4. Oh shit, that's an Imperial Stout. It's like
You could do the letter be the stand, and the
Yeah.
number would be the beer
the
on
beer,
that stand.
the beer they had. Yep.
So you'd
I'm
be
up
like
for a game.
tapping it,
I'm up for an awful game of that.
because you'd be like, oh, B, and you're like, oh, it's Saltaire.
oh no,
Yeah.
it's Saltaire. I came all this way for Saltaire.
And then you're like number 3, and you're like, oh, it's the triple choc stout.
This one way to just ruin a beer festival. Just like...
The problem is you'd see them, so you'd know what they are, so don't think that'd work.
Yeah. You see it, you know what they are. And you just pick some shit brewery.
Yeah, just do 5 best bitters back to back.
Like, is it 150ml pour, or is it Bristol?
No idea. No, they're not 250.
Is it 250?
Depending on the ABV.
Because are they doing? I don't understand the way that they're going to be doing pours. Is it pours like into some special cup and then into another cup or something like that?
I'm going to be doing some maths because I'm going to be working out how much it's worth versus how much I've paid.
I've paid £1. It's
Yeah,
worth.
I mean, like
It's worth more than that. Yeah.
I want to get me 50 quid's money worth.
Oh, you should do. Like we did it when we did LCBF, and it was like 54 quid. We would have had about 20 or 30 thirds, or just
This is my first
third,
all-in
whatever it
ticket,
is.
by the way.
Okay,
I've never done an all-in before.
you go full on for it. I think the thing for me is now just note them fucking down, because for me, I think I'm just going to write it down somewhere, because I'll get to a point where I just forget to write it on my phone or on tap checking. I'll just write it all afterwards, because that's by the way, that's time spent elsewhere.
I do quick. You can do the quick untapped. I do that and then fill them in afterwards.
That's the point. Yeah, just do the quick rating, quick entry, and then just not do a rating. Yeah.
I go back and do them later on.
Yeah. But do you write your score in elsewhere?
I'll remember it. If I get them quick untapped, I've got a list then, and I can remember it from the list.
Yeah. In general, like I remember when we've done Manchester.
It doesn't say about pause, by the way.
Oh, it doesn't. It'll probably be 150s, because it was 150s last in 2019 when we went. It was 150s, which is like, for me, it's like the smaller the amount, the better, because then it gets me to move on to the next stand, and also if we go early, try and get 2 cups, because then we can double cup. And double cupping is a good idea, because it gives you 1 cup to drink and 1 cup to drink whilst you're in the fucking queue for the next one, and then 1 cup to get another one, and 1 cup to finish once you're walking around, and 1 cup. It's double cupping. Craig learned the method of double cupping, and it's brilliant.
I'm not sure, because you're mixing them up.
No, it's a good idea. Trust me. You'll learn.
Online beer chess. I don't know how that would work. You'd have to have a board and do the movements. One person would have to have them. It won't work. I don't know how that would work. Checkers, yeah, you'd have to do it in person. It would work in person, not online.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great.
I've played.
Sorry.
No, I've played chess in pubs before. In the organ grinder, Raggy will know it. He's obviously not online now, but Raggy knows the organ grinder. I've played chess in there plenty of times before.
He means beer chess. So if you take that, you've got to drink it.
If you take the king?
Well, whatever. So like a pawn, it'd be a pale ale. And then like a rook would be an IPA.
That just sounds like a good method of getting everyone absolutely battered.
No, because you think about it, 6 pawns, it's 6 pale ales. It's like 4% pale ale.
Well, chess is 10 pawns.
All right, 10 pawns then.
10 pale ales. 10 pints of pale ale for taking all the ports.
Well, it wouldn't be a pint, would it? It would be a bottle or...
No, it's pints. British pints. Imperial measure. I'm just going to go with the bars out.
Checkers would be better because you do IPA and then double IPA, or you do milk stout and imperial milk stout.
Imperial stout. Yeah.
No. Only because when I went to university, they'd fill half of it with piss, and I was not down for that.
I was going to say, does it depend if you're playing as like whites or blacks as well, depending on what kind of like you get a white IPA or like a
racist.
No, I'm not being racist. I'm just saying you get a white IPA or like a stout or a black IPA, depending on the colour of your beer.
That'd be good though. If you were doing stout, one of you gets one white stout. I don't think I could name the amount of white stouts required on board. That would be an effort. It would be
just get like, oh, for fuck's sake, another white IPA. I prefer the black ones. I prefer just the black IPAs. Oh, yeah. I'd rather have a black IPA.
The quick untapped trade is you just go on the plus button.
Ooh, it smells like a session ale. It's 14.
Yeah, if you go on the blue plus button, you can search for it dead quick.
This is a wheat wine, not an actual wine. It's a wheat wine.
Sorry, did you say a wheat wine?
Well whipped wheat wine. Wheat wine. It's a wheat wine.
Is it a well weighted wheat wine?
It's almost like it's got Cool Whip in it. Cool Whip.
The head is almost like a Cool Whip top.
Cool Whip. I'm doing Scouts now. Cool Whip. But yeah, it's that's all right. You're born with it. It is from. Well, I don't know what the brewery is. Tell, wouldn't it?
The Vale?
No, it's not. It could be. Barreled Souls for Brewing Co. From Sacco. And what's ME?
ME.
Memphis isn't a county, is it?
Yeah.
No, Maine is
Memphis, Tennessee. Maine is
what's MA? ME?
No, that's Massachusetts.
ME?
A.
See, America, this is what we know about you.
It is Maine. You're right. It's Maine.
Oh, Maine. Okay.
It's because MA is Massachusetts.
Okay, so Barrel Souls in Sacco, Maine. Artwork is by Irene Hood. Honeypot is the beer. Buffalo Trace Bourbon is the barrel. Barrel aged for 11 months. Bottle date is 20. Also, America, get your fucking months around the right way. 21st of November, 2019.
Because you have more days in a month.
Yeah, well, I one of my former bosses told me the American system makes way more sense. It makes sense if you're using a computer all the time, because like if you put it in like if you're working in if you want to work in systems of months first, it makes sense. Otherwise, it puts everything in method. Because it's an American method. Because Microsoft, fuck you.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason why it makes more sense. But otherwise, it's just like, fuck off, Americans. Bottle number is 117 out of 840. Our ABV is 14.2, and the style is a wheat wine with honey, which suggests to me a boozy motherfucker.
This is out of date. I've had it for so long. But I was like, 15.8 doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, session out.
Best before the 13th February 2021.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
And I'd like to do a raggy here. It's solid.
Good.
Unlike the one that the very nice very nice. And you'll think the 12% Imperial Stout, which is not solid. I'm worried that it's going to be
well carbonated.
It's not well carbonated. It's weak as I'm pressing it, and it's like I'm slightly worried that it's going to be oxidized.
What, yours is Swidgy?
Yeah, the one that you sent us, the 12% Imperial Stout.
Which one did I send you? Which one?
I don't know.
Was it what, Lupercalia? Not Lupercalia. There was the Wild Weather one.
No, it's black can with looks like spiders on it.
Don't know, because
it's the back of the fridge.
Good. You pick it out, you bitch. I genuinely can't remember what I sent Adam. It was a long time ago. That's nice, that wheat wine though. It's Bakunin. It's this one, isn't it? Is it this?
Yeah.
Is it that one? Yeah.
Extremely squidgy.
Oh, is it? Mine's not. Mine's rock hard.
Solid. Raggy says solid.
Solid. A solid can of ale. Solid as a rock, mate. I'm solid.
Even Liam thinks you're racist.
Well, that's fine.
And also you should down in one.
Ant always says that I should drink like dragon soup, so I drank a dragon soup for him because, you know, if you want my number, honey, I'm flirtatious, young, drunk, and single. So here I am as well. I'm at least 3 of those.
You get either a lot of messages or none from days upon end.
Yeah, that's me. Everyone knows me. Yeah. What do you want? And
stop drinking Bud, Steve. Come on, man.
Yeah. Sorry, Steve. You need to actually get some decent beers in you. So, some decent, fine British ales.
I sent him. I believe it is his local bottle shop, but I'm not 100% sure. Could be. Might not be. I found out the other day that my new bottle shop is now going to be my new tap room because they're turning into a tap room.
Happy days.
So we can go to Aintree Ale because it is literally down the road.
Aintree. It seems to be missing 2 letters.
What do you mean? Don't know. It's got an I in it. So
yeah, it's got one of them in it. Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. Like, to be honest, I barely thought about anything past next weekend. As soon as next weekend's gone, then I'll think about Liverpool and where to go to.
To be fair, I was going to send you. It's going to be really sad now. I was going to send you a spreadsheet. This is how it gets sad. Of a table of must-goes, should go, and don't really have to go to, and of my recommendations.
Do it, mate. Honestly, do it, because I need to do that for London. I'm going to try and do that for London. I don't know London at all when we do LCBF, but I'd like that, because then I could pick certain places for when we actually go to Liverpool, and then when I do Liverpool myself as well. When I do Liverpool myself...
But when you put them on the map, you'll go, I'm going to have to put some maybe-sos in there because the way it's laid out.
Well, I can have like a this time in Liverpool, next time in Liverpool. That's essentially what I want to do.
Carnival is a must. Black Lodge is a must.
Yeah.
Love Lane.
Yes.
Are you going to message Jack and see if he's about?
I don't have to.
I know someone that knows him, but I don't know myself.
It's similar again. I loosely know him. Don't know him very well because it was a long time since we actually ever spoke to each other.
I thought you knew well. That's why I was like,
no, I don't know. No.
See, I know Pedro very well. Pedro knows him, so
okay. I'll message him, and he might remember who I am, and then it'll be nice to catch up and stuff and talk boring brewery stuff. Because when I knew him, like, I wasn't a brewer, so like it'd be nice to actually have like a geeky, twatty conversation with him about beer.
You will. To be fair, where I'm going to take Harry, it'll be safe as houses.
It's all right because I've always got. I'm always prepared.
Be fine.
But yeah, always keep a Stanley on you. I learned that from living in the countryside.
Apparently, you spoke about Roy. I'm confused about knives.
Spoke. What?
I think she was on Roy's channel. Rather than
okay. Young old Harry. Young old Harry. Yeah, it's the same. I drink water most of them. Coffee most of them.
Yeah,
I'm trying to. Yeah, definitely coffee. It's weird. I think like when I was first told I was caffeine intolerant was because I didn't drink caffeine. I didn't drink coffee or tea or anything, and I think that's possibly why one of the things that said that I was caffeine intolerant. Well, I hope it was because as a man who now drinks like 4 cups of coffee a day, I hope that was one of the reasons why they said it. And I'm genuinely intrigued as to where Aunt A actually lives. Because
I think
he lives in. I don't think he knows. And I don't think the man from Skelmersdale knows enough about football because he's an Everton fan.
He is. Especially as he's just put in.
He's also a fucking plastic Everton fan.
Klopp will never win the league. Again. You won't win.
Liverpool, I think this season's been a dodgy. I reckon next season Liverpool come back far stronger.
Yeah. I think we're going to be in the contendership next season. I don't think we'll. Yeah. I don't know if we'll win it again. I think Klopp will.
I don't think he'd go to any other club in the Premier League. I don't think the only club I could see him going to would be Tottenham.
I could see him going to Chelsea.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would he go to Chelsea?
I don't think he'd want to go. I think they'd offer him enough money that he couldn't say no.
I think Spurs would be a better option for him because, look what he did with Liverpool. Basically, Liverpool from Kenny Dalglish era being like a shit Newcastle.
Which Kenny Dalglish era?
All of them.
All of them in separate decades.
No. More recently, all of them recently. When Kenny Dalglish was at Liverpool recently, he was just overspending massively on, players which were just about getting into the Scotland team, and at just that sort of time, they actually got onto the England team because the England team was that crap. Andy Carroll, for example. Andy Carroll was like a good player for like 2 seasons. Oh, let's spend 35 million on this player who's just scored.
Andy Carroll is a quality championship player.
He'd be a fucking excellent championship player, but he's never in the championship. Robert Snodgrass, excellent. You don't play for Liverpool. Excellent championship player, barely played in the championship. There are too many players that Kenny Dalglish had in his team at that time. Paul Kujeski. Fucking retarded fucking signings like that. Oh, let's say Paul Kujeski. Oh yeah, he'll be good for like a year.
I think Kenny Dalglish's era had gone. I think.
Yes.
He was trying to play 1980s football tactics and transfers in 2020. 10 or whatever it was.
No, exactly. Yeah.
And although he's an excellent manager in his day, and he knows a lot about the club, and he's well respected in the club, I think it was possibly the wrong time for him, and I think he was merely a stopgap to get somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it was like a thing to kind of try and get the fans on board a little bit, try and get them behind the club a bit more, and then he did pretty well. Who was it? Brendan Rodgers who switched to second? Was it with the Gerrard slip? Yeah. Was that Brendan Rodgers? He's a good manager as well. Like, he did spend a bit of dough, and did Coutinho leave you when he was there, or was it when Klopp was there?
Klopp came in. He got transferred out after the first season.
Oh, yeah, because he kept on asking for it, didn't he? Best manager ever, Gianfranco Zola. What a premium manager he was. If you ever want a new management team, not management team, but a best board, come and look at Blues. We got a great board. They're fucking premium. If you want to sell your ground, then come to our guys.
Is Karen Brady still at Brum?
She's been with the Porn Bros. It's like the shit version of the Mario Brothers. David Gold and David Sullivan. She's been with them since day dot. West Ham. And when West Ham, though. She was, yeah. But when West Ham fans moan about their ownership, I'm just like, well, just wait until they sell you and sue the management or the ownership that they sell you to, because they will fuck you over. Because Blues were valued at £1 a share at that time, because we were doing okay, we were doing pretty well, and then they bought them.
Go away to miscellaneous magnets.
Miscellaneous. I subbed him just the other day, just today. So Blues got sold at £1 a share, and they just said, "Oh, hello, £81 million. We will sell the club. Of course we will. Anyone would." And the new ownership has been awful. They just said, "Oh, yeah, we're doing 7th in the table. We don't like this football that Gary Rowett is bringing to us. I love the football Gary Rowett was bringing to us. It's how Millwall play, but they didn't play obviously very well today. But they play. We were playing good. We were playing 4-5-1. We were winning games. We were drawing games. We weren't losing too many. And they were like, no, fuck that. We want attacking football. And they tried playing tiki-taka for fucking years. It doesn't work with Blues. We're not a tiki-taka football team. When they eventually saw something good with Gary Monk. And Gary Monk was doing some dodgy transfers. And they were like, no, we don't like that. We're going to fuck you off. The dodgy transfers were fine. I was happy because we were winning fucking football matches. Oh no, fuck off. We'll get rid of Gary Monk. Let's bring in like his sub who's shit and dirt cheap, costs us probably about 14 grand a game, 14 grand a year, or a game, probably a year, more than a game. 14 grand a game. I'll do that just to be manager of Blues. But yeah, 14 grand a game, and then they're like, no, he's shit, and then got rid of him after lockdown. They said during lockdown last year, oh yeah, he will be replaced at the end of the season. The whole team was shit, so we went from being mid-table to in a fucking relegation battle, and then just about survived. And then they said, okay, so now Karanka's now the new manager. Karanka was fucking terrible. Absolutely awful manager. He just shrugged at the end of each match. I'm like, oh well, we lost the game because
was he on a golden handshake?
He was being paid on a 3-year contract. Is what he got given, and it was just like they put him in for the job because they wanted loads of Spanish. We have a tie with a Spanish club as like a second team, as a feeder team, and they thought he'd be good. And they've realised finally that Spanish team is shit, because it always has been shit.
Which Spanish team is it?
UE Cornell in like the 3rd division or something like that.
How the hell are you a feeders to them?
No, they're feeders. Yeah. Because something was negotiated a couple of years back, We had one or two players came from them, and they were okay, and they made the reserve team, and then they made some fucking League One team or something like that. And then eventually said, oh, okay, yeah, they're going to now be our feeder team. I think there was a little bit of money went each way, and that's probably the way it went. And then after that, it was just like, oh, okay, cool, well, fine. And then finally, we've got a good manager, Lee Bowyer, because he was, Lee Bowyer suits blues, not bad.
Who's he managed though previously?
Charlton and Crystal Palace caretaker.
Okay.
Briefly did okay with them, but yeah, Lee Bowyer. It's all right. Enjoy. But yeah, Lee Bowyer will sort of suit us because he's just not bad, and you can already tell from the way he kind of controls his management, his like team or training sessions, just the way he controls the players and speaks to them. He's got Craig Gardner, who he won the Carling Cup with, as like an assistant manager. It's just the one thing that he says is work hard, work really fucking hard, close down on the ball, which is fucking basics of football. It's just work hard, close down on the ball whenever the opposition has it, and then you win the ball back and then attack high. And yes, you'll get tired. That's fine. But in this time where you're allowed to have 5+ substitutions, it's fine. Just like work hard, attack hard, and you can sub people off all the time. And I don't understand why they didn't do it earlier enough. But there we go. Craig doesn't agree with myself and Adam. Forest are not shit. I didn't say Forest was shit, Craig. I said Forest are good earlier. But yeah, best manager ever. Definitely never Gianfranco Zola. He's a good manager for one season with Watford when they've got Udinese players playing for them. Yeah. When were Udinese ever good as well? They've never been that good. They've been okay at finishing fourth. It's like Udinese is like Everton for me. Now, this is Danger Wine. Danger Wine. I bought this for a bottle share, and in hindsight, probably should have been shared for a bottle share, but there's not money going on this year. The first bottle share I have is between me, myself, and Adam. So we've got other beers.
Me, myself, and I.
Yeah, me, myself, and yourself was when I was going to be sharing this for.
Oh well.
But it's fine because I've got plenty of other beers saved for that day.
We've got 2 barley wines, haven't we?
Well, in fact, I've never actually told you what beers I've got. Shall I go and get them out now?
Does that mean I have to get mine?
No, because you told me.
They have to be 750ml. That is the requirement. I may accept a 660. Is that
mine is fine.
The other one? The 660 I've got that I actually want to bring.
Okay. Second.
Bye, Steve. Yeah. More than welcome, Disco. That's why I sent it. You're happy for Disco to come on, aren't you? You can't hear me.
What did you say?
Disco's thinking of joining us.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, come on. Sorry,
I've
Disco.
I've DM'd him the link on Twitter.
So, what do you want? I've got this one, which is a barrel-aged Italian grape ale.
Aura. I nearly bought that about 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got that one. I have Bottle Logic, the quarter up sort of caramel stout.
Yeah. Bottle Logic.
Yeah,
Hype machine.
I have Some People Are Immune to Good Advice.
Yeah.
Bourbon.
You sent me
That one.
two
That one.
Eagle Twin ones. Yeah, as long as they're not chilly, I'm not bothered.
Yeah, that one as well. So you saw that one as well.
Yeah.
Well, those two. And then finally, I've got this one, which is Modern Times.
Okay.
It is a banana shake, which has got walnuts in it. Imperial Stout aged in bourbon barrels with banana, coconut, walnuts, and vanilla.
So I've got the Mills.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I've got my Mill safe for London, actually. Craig's not bringing his.
No, see, that's fine. You keep for another one. You can have mine, the Undone. Then I've got the 2 barley wines from Pomona Island that are the same beer but different barrels.
Yeah.
One's an almanac, one's a whiskey barrel.
Yeah, I think I said bring both of them.
Yeah, and then I've got the 1996 cider.
They'll be fun. I'll be up for a cider. Deep cider.
Let me get that. It's a green bottle as well.
Is it from Deep in Mill? Deep inside the mill. Got a lot of cider. I've got other beers as well. I'm just trying to think what they are. Deep inside, Oh, no. Let's read through those comments. I don't know who's watching. Don't know how many people are watching, but people might be watching. Yeah, you guys still going? I can come and say hello. You can do disco. You can come along. You can come and join this chaos. Alcohol chaos. Oh, look at me! I've got these ales because I robbed them off people because I'm a Scouser.
No.
Said the Manchester, a Cunian man from Manchester.
Apart from this one wasn't bought. This was bequeathed.
Yes, premium white cider, extra strong. I want it. It's such a Bristol thing as well.
It is. It's from Wells. It's 8.4%.
Yeah. Is it really?
It's from 1996.
I'll have it. Bring it. I genuinely.
It's not 750. It's only. Oh yeah, it's 750. My bad.
So, Atimer, are you completely against cider?
I don't like cider, but I'll give this a go because it was here, and it's gone down to here. That's how much moisture loss there is.
That's how good it is. Basically.
And it's got a sealed turn top.
That's good. Yeah.
And then we've got the Mills.
I think. So I'll bring the two Evil Twin because they're better drank younger.
Oh, disco! Hang on, what we're doing? Sorry, I had bottles in my hand.
The first time.
Disco.
How we doing?
Sorry, we're discussing a future bottle share.
Okay. Thank you for sending the link to us. And I just noticed it just earlier. So that looks insane as a bottle. That looks a great bottle.
Yeah. Pomona barley wine in Tomin 2, which I believe is an almanac.
Tomin 2.
2019.
Nice. Yep. Get it in me.
Yeah. It's a very sessionable 12%.
That looks so much more refined and intellectual than to the crazy shit Harry has got me doing.
Well, like I said though, Disco, it's best that you drink on a live stream.
Well, it was quite an interesting live stream over on Instagram just now. I know. I dropped a couple of comments in on the YouTube because I had you on the laptop here and me. I was doing the stream with Rasco on the phone. So I said hello and thank you for humouring me. I've no idea what you said. I just saw the comments come up. I'd like to say unfair bouncing now.
It was one of the colours in the can as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's always one. That's the one thing I've learned. It's always one of the colours on the can. It's always one of them.
Yeah, I mean that it was much lighter blue than actually is on the can, but it was definitely blue. I said it was. I've not actually been to the dentist. Well, I've been to the dentist once in 20 years, but it was like that kind of mouthwash stuff you get at the dentist, or I used to get at the dentist.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
It sort of had a minty hint to it, but it was more like you said, WKD blue earlier. And it was kind of also, what's that stuff you used to get at 7-Eleven? Slush puppy.
Yeah.
But thank you for introducing me to that, Harry. And it's been an interesting evening.
I don't know whether you're actually really thankful or not, but...
Well, I don't know. You said it was a terrible drink, but it reminded me of like 3 a.m. nightclub, anything that'll do. And I've not been wasted in a nightclub at 3 a.m. for the last 2 years. So it was a lot of fun. I don't really know what to. I mean, we went. I don't want to take over your stream, but we went. I went from that. Well, I went to that from this, which is a beer from my local brewery. Perivale that was called Betjeman. So I went literary. I went like literary, intellectual. A poem about Middlesex from John Betjeman. It was a hay-infused golden ale, and it was a lovely beer, absolutely lovely beer. So I went from intellectual to this shit.
That's the way you do it. You just go from. I was reading about this this new beer, which. Is it Little Earth Project that brewed with Duration? I think it is, and they've done it with hay. They put hay. No worries. I put hay on the bottom of the mash tun when they've been mashing in. They put hay in there, and then they've mashed in.
Yeah, that's what they've done.
And they've done it on that as well. I'm genuinely intrigued as to how that would taste the Duration beer, because I've seen Landlocked have done it. Landlocked, so the brewer for Landlocked. He worked at Landlocked before, but he went to Fantôme. He's now left Fantôme, and obviously Fantôme are known for just doing crazy, just like sours and ridiculous, very good beers. But yeah, like when he did the year 2, he did like a black or a dark sour, and he brewed with hay. I think once, I think he even made like a mash bed. He took the bottom of his mash tun out and replaced it with pine, and just thought, oh yeah, that'll work. That'll do the job. He had a filter obviously after it, and I think he had a bit of a nightmare of a sparge or a mash. But like, it's when you replace the bottoms of stuff as to how they would have done in previous years with previous beers. It's just amazing to see it. But
well, that was my question. I mean, we saw there was a brewery the other month that had put logs into the brew to get at that. Was it Duration?
I don't know. Recently, like I've seen in the past, breweries have done it where they've cut open a log and then chiseled through the log, and they've basically made like a line, like a descent into another vat out of a log, and tried to use a log as a kind of like cool ship almost, and try to kind of ferment it or cool it down inside the log, and blocked it off. It was only on like a 25 litre kit or something, and tried to block it off both ends, and then just like, yeah, it's going to cool down in this for like a day, going to leave it outside and then and then open up the end and then pour it into a fermentation vessel and just see how it is. I love those sort of beers because it can taste fucking terrible. It really can taste terrible. But if they're releasing it, then it suggests it's okay. 9 times out of 10.
I love that kind of that knowledge, because my brain isn't wired to know that kind of stuff. But I love that information, that knowledge, and that just the way that stuff happens, especially in beer, and that's brilliant. Like,
yeah.
So like I said to the brewer today, he's like, where did the hay go in? You know,
yeah.
When it went into the beer, I was like, I know, but at what point? It's like,
yeah. It's literally just like if you know where there's going to cause where an infection is going to be caused, don't put it there. But also try it. Let's see what happens.
My question was, and I didn't ask Mike, the brewer from Paravodis, what's the point of sterilisation at that point, either with a log or with hay? How do you sterilise it so that it doesn't infect the beer?
I can't say, because we just, I think for me a lot of it is trial and error. Fermentation can cause some kind of sterilisation and generally post-boil, anything post-boil you have to be cautious about. So when you're brewing, when you do your boil for getting your boil hops in, and so anything before the boil, say mash tun, you can do whatever the fuck you like, really, traditionally brewing. And then also on the cool ship, if you want to brew anything that's sour or funky, then that's where you can go to town on. Sour brewing, I don't really know very much about, because I've never actually studied that at all. I've just been always anything before that. So I'm a trad brewer. That's me.
You can ask all the questions. So when you come up in July,
mm-hmm.
Neil, I need to speak to him again, but hopefully we'll get like a private tour sorted. Neil has done a number of kettle sours, so if you've got any sour questions, Neil should be able to answer.
Okay. Yeah, kettle sours are a different thing. Kettle sours relatively quite easy, because I know a brewer who's done kettle sours before. Kettle sours, are very easy compared to actually brewing stuff like lambics and funky farmhouse saisons and whatnot. It's a very different thing. I mean, I could have a go homebrew wise at brewing like an actual brewing like say a kettle sour things. But I know full well myself I wouldn't drink it. But I know it's not hard to actually brew it comparatively. But I'll speak to Neil, because it's not something that my brew would ever actually entertain. But one of my colleagues has brewed kettle sours before. We were talking about Belgian beers, for example, and he's brewed some kettle sours. And he was just telling me all how he did it last week. And I was like, yeah, don't worry, we'll never do that. We'll just never do that. He used to work for Old Dairy down in Kent. And he was just like, yeah, so we brewed this Belgium style. This is how we brewed it, and we chucked like 75 kilos worth of candy sugar in it. I was like, yeah, that sounds like a fuckload of effort. And he said, yeah, we had to wait until, because he had plates on the bottom of his kettle, and they didn't want to move. They had to basically get all the plates in and then drop the bits of the candy sugar into the kettle without moving the plates around. I said, so did you wait until there was a little bit of wort in there? It's like, no, but that would have been a good idea. And it was just like, yeah, we just had to hope that it didn't move. And then someone got in the tank, and then we re-sterilised it when it did move around. I was like, oh, this sounds like a pain in the ass. But yeah, no, he's a good brewer. He's Paul. He's an American brewer, but knows his stuff from British breweries. Yeah.
Right, I'll be 2 seconds. I just want to rinse my glass out before I open this. Silly dear.
Oh, yeah.
That does look good. I do like the look of that.
Disco can enter beer battleships now. You now have to get a stronger beer than myself.
Well, I haven't gone stronger. No, I've just gone more caffeine, because I've gone with a breakfast toast from 71, which is a coffee stout. So
Oh, fair
a bit
enough.
more caffeine.
Fair enough. Yeah. God, yeah. I got my mum and dad brought me up a caffeine machine, a coffee machine.
Cafetiere.
It's a caffeine machine. I've got a cafetiere already. But they actually bought me a coffee machine because I wanted one. I was at mum and dad's the other day over Easter, and I was making affogatos for them whilst we were kind of doing dinner, doing like the pudding. And I was like, oh well, I just constantly pressing the button. I was like, I so want one of these. I looked up AO that night. And I was like, oh, it's only $449. If I pay this over the next couple of months, this is how much it could be. And then I gave my mum and dad like a couple of little presents and stuff over the weekend, and they were like, yeah, we're just going to buy you a coffee machine. I was like, oh, thank you. They just bought me a coffee machine. I was like, so thankful for it because it's the one thing I'll use the shit out of. As someone who has like a lot of coffee all the time, lives off it. Oh, don't make me wet, Adam.
Which one is that? Is that the honey mustard or the jalapeno?
Jalapeno, always jalapeno.
Honey mustard is the best one, but I don't really like jalapenos. So.
No, I actually rate cheddar cheese above the honey mustard.
Oh.
Adam, in comparison to the Doritos that you said you loved that I had the other night, how good are they? Are they better?
These are better.
Good.
Than Doritos, then the Walker's Max cheese and jalapeno.
Okay, I never had them.
Oh, they're good.
Can you buy them at farm shops? No. Okay, I can't.
No. You can get them at Home Bargains though, which is in Swindon.
Yeah, it's not a very good one. That's the thing.
Doesn't matter. It'll be in the stack out.
I'll have a look tomorrow. Well, if I wake up early enough tomorrow, which will definitely not happen, because I want to do my cherry wine tomorrow. It should be ready in about 2 weeks. And knowing at the rate I'm going now, it will not happen.
There is nothing on this soda.
Just chug it.
Yeah, it's just weird. There's nothing there. It's like the faintest woody.
Oh, Michael Barber's on Punk Squirrel. Punk Squirrel.
No, I didn't. I haven't drank mine yet. Peter drank his. I haven't drank mine yet.
Your Punk Squirrel?
Yeah, Squirrel's Heaven.
No, you haven't heard about Punk Squirrel?
No.
Just Google Punk Squirrel.
Okay.
Just Google it. It's the new brewery that you want to look out for. It's all over Twitter. I don't know anything about Twitter because I'm not on Twitter. But like, Punk Squirrel Craft Brewery. It's the thing you want to look out for.
I just googled it. It's like a load of. It was a load of. What's that thing when the things are dead that you make them into do things? What's it called? Dwight from The Office likes it.
Oh, sorry. Punk Squirrel IPA. That's what you want to look out for. Punk Squirrel IPA. It caused a fucking shitstorm on Twitter, and Matt Curtis responded to it.
I'm Matt Curtis. I'm trying not to let anything disparaging on my own channel. Matt Curtis.
See, I still don't really know who Matt Curtis is as someone who is in the industry.
I have never interacted with him one-on-one, but I've had other people who I know personally interact with him.
It's a name I know from Twitter and being a beer writer kind of thing, but he comes up with some intelligent points, I guess, on Twitter. I don't know him personally, or I've ever had a beer with him or met him, but I just know the name.
He is an opinionated young man. Is what I say. who's older than I am.
Aren't we all, sweetheart?
Aren't we all? He's an opinionated young man.
Definitely young. Definitely young.
Yes, he's definitely a fine young British gentleman who is probably older than I am.
The politest thing I can say about him is he's a millennial with a platform.
Yes, that's what he is.
I'm
also a millennial with a platform, but I'm also a cunt.
You're self-aware, so that's fine.
Am I?
You're a very lovable cunt.
I'm a lovable cunt. That's me. That's me. I'm happy with that. Lovable cunt. I really don't know if I'm self-aware. Am I? Yeah, probably. I know what I am. I'm a cunt. But yeah.
It depends how you use your social media, I guess. I mean, like, I don't tend to put opinions out on Twitter. I just put beers out, and the same kind of on Instagram. It's like you can use it for opinions and stuff like that, and it's just some people do, some people don't. I guess I don't know.
It's the thing I said to my mum and dad. I was like, it's just best not to. It's just generally best not to put your opinions and your thoughts on fucking social media platforms. Just keep it to yourself. And it's the same as like keep your opinions to yourself and don't try to press anyone with your thoughts, because if you put your opinions out there, someone will think like, "Whoa, you're a cunt." It's like that's what I think when I see someone putting their thoughts out there. Oh, well, you're a cunt. I don't want to listen to that.
I'm pretty sure this could fuel my car.
Good, chug it.
No.
Chug it now, slut.
Sipper.
No, it's not. Drink it, bitch.
I don't think I've ever been called a slut.
You're my slut. You're my slut, my scout slut. I need a northern whore, and you can be my northern whore.
His name is Peter.
Oh yeah, true. That's true. That is true. Peter, come on. I know you might be working, but you might
not working.
I'm at a party in Manchester.
No, he's at a party in Scammerdale with his brother's friend.
Oh, look at me! I'm a party in Skelmersdale.
Party in Skem.
I'm drinking Red Stripe.
I don't. The clueless drinker lives in Skem, and thus I abuse him every time I see him. Because if we do any beer swaps, I have to drive to Skem because he doesn't drive, and it's like driving to bloody downtown Baghdad. If there was no rocket fire,
is Skelmersdale really that bad though? I could take you to the deepest, darkest depths of Birmingham and introduce you to new.
We've both been to Stoke, haven't we? Yeah, city centre of Stoke.
Yes, we have. Yes.
Skelmersdale is worse.
The thing is, these are all places I would happily go to.
No, you won't. You think, that's a good idea.
No. I've heard of Skelmersdale. That's how I know how to call it Skem, because my football team signed a player from Skelmersdale once. We played a friendly in Skelmersdale. And is it not one of the? Is it not a pub on the station at Skelmersdale? It's on that line into Manchester, isn't it?
It's not. Skelmersdale doesn't have a train station. Holland is the train station, which is not Skelmersdale.
Oh, right.
Every time P goes, I get the train from Skelmersdale, I'm going, no, you're not. You're walking to Holland. Peter lives right on the edge.
My bad. I have heard of Skelmersdale, and I would happily go for a drink there. Mind you, I would quite happily go for a drink in the centre, and I have gone for a drink in the centre of Stoke. You know?
I've been for a meal in Stoke, but I wouldn't leave my car in certain places in Stoke.
Oh no, I'm always getting the train there. I'm not driving there. Any of these places, like, I mean, I'm apologetically from London, But any of these places, like these northern regional places,
Maybe.
I would happily go for a drink there and enjoy it. It's just
It made me laugh. It made me laugh earlier. Someone said about Harry not getting out of Liverpool. I wouldn't mind, but the place I was tempted. If we go to Smithtown Road, I'll either drive you there beforehand or we'll go on the way back from town. Smithtown Road, I'm not joking, used to be a really rough area, but it is actually now the hipsterest place you can go. It is so hipster. It's so hipster. It has a cereal bar, has a bar that deals with rare cereals. That's how hipster the place is.
well, that's Camden. That's Camden.
It is, yeah.
Camden,
yeah. Is that what the one just before you go over the bridge, and I can see on the left hand side. There's like one just before the locks or something like that on the left hand side. I think I've seen the Camden cereal bar before. I feel just grabbing all their cereals and just going like, oh what? You can't do anything. You can't touch me because I'm a hipster as well. I'm not
paying £3 for a bowl of cereal though, so I've walked past it, but I've never been there. £3 for a bowl of. There's one in Birmingham New Street as well. Really?
There's one there, and it's just like, why is this here? No one really goes to it. It's just tourists go to it.
Yeah, if I'm in Birmingham New Street, I'm not wasting time on cereal. I'm going straight to the post office vaults or somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Post office vaults, Adam, save a bit.
I've been to post office vaults, yeah.
The place where farts linger for 24 hours.
Smithtown Road is crime ridden, and then all the students moved in, so it's like student place. But there's some cracking bars down there and a really decent Mexican. So Smithtown Road is literally off the bottom of the Baltic Triangle. You can either do it first and drive in, or you can take the long walk down Parliament Street and do it after the Baltic Triangle, but you'll be very drunk. And then when I take you into the craft tap room, you'll get very drunk because I know the owner. So
I love this local knowledge. It's brilliant. It's one of the great things.
I've worked with quite a few of the owners that run the bars in Liverpool, so I know quite a number of them. Not all of them, but a number of them. And the craft tap room, you'll get very drunk. Good. And that's on Smithtown Road. But there is a belting Mexican over the road. Mexican's really good. It's probably the best Mexican.
See, I really like Mexican food as well. Well,
it's tiny. The place is We went when it was in the summer, and they literally could have 7 people in. 7 couples was all they could have because that's how small it is.
My local pub where I'm going to with my dad on Friday night, they were like, I rang them up earlier trying to book a table, and they're like, yeah, so we've got 4 tables in the marquee. I was like, okay. Have you got any tables any later? No, it's fully booked. Okay, cool. We'll sit outside then. And it's like a dodgy Fuller's pub. We'll see how it is. Me and my dad have been there once before, and Dad was like, I don't really want to go back here. I was like, well, it's fine. It's because it's my local. It's like it's a local pub, is what it is. But it's a Fuller's pub, and I just thought, London Pride on cask, yes please. I'll have all of it all the time, and I'm looking forward to having food there.
Sorry, did you just swear at me, Harry? London Pride.
Yep.
Raggy had it earlier. He wasn't happy.
It's a sexy ale. It's a sexy ale.
It's fucking terrible.
No. What?
ESB, I'm good. HSB, I'm excellent. But fucking Pride.
HSB, I've had once, and it was nice. I haven't had HSB. I've never seen it since, basically. If I was
does it depend on bottles or cask? Is there a difference?
Yes,
between
definitely.
Pride and ESB, HSB? I'm not sure.
ESB I've had on cask and it's been okay. Bottle, again, okay. Pride, have it on cask, great. I've had it at Euston. I said about this last week. Had it at Euston, and it's been phenomenal. I've had it locally, and it's just been a bit even in Brum, I've had it, and it's been a bit meh. I mean, it depends. It depends how quickly they're turning through it. And I think if they have it super fresh, it's great.
I'm in prime Fuller's area, and most of my local pubs are Fuller's, and I still won't drink Pride because I think 20 years ago I had a couple of shit pints of it, and I've not had a pint of it in 20 years. I just won't touch it. ESB I'm fine with. HSB I love HSB because that's a good finish beer. To be fair, it's a good beer to finish on. It's like strong, it's fruity, it's tasty.
Is it what 5.3 or something like that?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure, but I think it's one up from London Pride.
Yeah.
I never see anything. Sorry.
No, go ahead, mate.
I was going to say I never see anything other than London Pride on cask up here. Everything else, Fuller's wise, is bottles.
I think it's one of those beers that Pride is one of those beers that sort of got a lot of traction. Pubs could get it in because they could then put the cask mark thing on there and say they've got, real ale, and they didn't know how to keep it. Didn't keep it well. Didn't have good throughput, like you say. So it just became shit. And for me, that's what spoiled it.
I've had HSB once or twice. It's only ever been in Fuller's pubs as well. So the Fuller's pub in Brum, which is the old joint stock, and I had it in there, and it was good. Because I reckon they just probably knew how to keep it and how to look after it and how to serve it. ASMR, the Beer Whisperer. That just sounds like Peter. A fake Peter account. A Peter account at a party.
The Beer Whisperer. Beer Whisperer.
No, it's not. You're wrong. Because that's not how beer works, Peter. Because ESB is stronger.
I had the ESB yesterday from Manspatch Hob Day was absolutely amazing. I could drink cans and cans of that.
I really need to get some Manspatch Hob Day again because I remember you were saying about Manspatch Hob Day. You were saying about Manspatch Hob Day the other day, and I just I could try and get some more, and I just didn't because there was like a couple of other breweries in my line ahead of them, which I didn't even touch myself. I just went on to like Duration and Unity. But there's like my other breweries, 8 Arch. I really need to give some 8 Arch beers a go.
Same. They're on my radar. They're on my list, and it's just there's so many on the list at the moment to get there. And they all look good. All the cans look good.
They just, I think for me, like they were just missing like 1 or 2 beers before I gave them a go. 8 Arch are good. And I think my list is generally always just a lot of local beers, but there's Broadtown as well. Broadtown are a local brewery to me. They've only just got a new, they're not bottling themselves, they're bottling somewhere else. At Hop Kettle. And Hop Kettle are typically quite trad, but then they've started doing this craft sort of stuff where they're doing a lot of single hopped IPA.
That Talus was really good.
It was good, wasn't it? Yeah. They've done Sabro,
Single hop Talus.
Single hop Talus was nuts. They've done a single hop Middle Fruit. Single hop Mandarina Bavaria and a single hop Sabro, which I've got both of them.
I was looking at the Sabro.
If you want it, I can just pick it up and send it to you, Adam, if you want it. Or just bring it to Bristol. It'll be fine for Bristol. But yeah, like the Mandarina Bavaria I had like 2 weeks ago was really good. Will the Mandarina Bavaria be alright for Bristol, do you reckon?
June.
Should be, yeah. Should be. Yeah, it should be.
Let me know. If you want anything local up here, I'll bring it up. Bring it down.
Yeah, we'll do some swaps.
I'm driving down anyway.
Yeah, well, same. I'll speak to Diraj and see what he's got in. Because I know the sales guy. The sales guy used to work for Ramsbury anyway, so I know Darren. And I'll speak to him and see if he's got any stuff.
There's a load of new Top Rope IPAs. The latest beer from Chaps is a table beer. I don't know if you want that.
I'm always interested in a table beer.
It's 3 3.2 it is.
Yeah.
Go on. I can get...
I was
I'm
just going to
always
say, talking
interested.
of ESP, Adam knows this one. I was saying about Neptune.
Neptune.
Yeah, I did that
They
the other
are-
day, didn't I? It's like, that was a very, very good ESP. To be fair,
I can bring that down with me. They're 2 miles that way.
probably. If I
I'm
put that up
ready, yeah.
against the Inspection Hob Day ESP, I think it's very, very comparable. Very, very drinkable. I could drink both of those easily. That's 5.6. That's 4.8, I think, on it.
Did you try the Pale Oceans Disco? That was really good. That was
Is that
a
the
double
orange
dry
can?
hop blue. It was a double dry hop pale. It was really, really good.
No, I didn't get that one. I only got the ones I got from Neptune were because of the colours of the can. I was going to do a thing, and I've never done it yet, about football shirts, and I haven't done it, so I don't get too much in them kind of pale ales because I don't enjoy them so much. I got the one in the orange can, it's orange and black, and I've still got them in to do. I get all these
The
beers
Mosaic.
in, and then I run out of time to do them, to review them.
The Mosaic
And
or the Honey Rye.
I think I definitely got the honey rye. I definitely got the honey rye.
That's orange. But there's
Yeah.
also the Mosaic, which is their core range, which is it's not, is it a pale ale? I think it's just single hop Mosaic pale ale.
Yeah, I don't think I got that one, but I definitely got the honey rye. Because I struggle with certain pale ales with hops and stuff like that. But I do sort of order beers because doing the review thing, I something I can talk about and something
What
that's
hops
actually going to interest me.
What hops do you struggle with? This, I think we said it before, but I just want to double check.
Yeah, Citra, which fucks me
Yeah,
for a lot of beers.
I was going to say you don't want the Pale Ocean thing because I think it's a Citra
Yeah.
Mosaic double hop dry
Yeah.
hop.
But if it's got a really good beer name or a really good like can art or something I can talk about, I will get it anyway. So it's a sort of mixture of everything really that works for me. But I was definitely getting the ESP in from Neptune. But I will. It's a brewery I'll look at again as well.
The dark stuff's really good.
Oh, hang on a minute, gentlemen. We've I think Rasco's finished over on Instagram. He's over on here now. I just see Rasco and our man James Brownswell have just popped in the chat there.
Yeah, send him the link. We can have both.
He's got the link. He's on the Twitter.
Okay.
I'm not sure he can, but
On my TV.
so I'm getting on TV. That's our man James Brownswell. He's in North Wales at the minute and linked us up some really good breweries in North Wales. We got them in a couple of weeks ago and had some really good chats about them. Wild Horse and Black Cloak.
But Wild Horse is one that you get in Liverpool a lot. You get
Really
a lot
good
of Wild Horse. And also, he's just lost Top Rope because Top Rope's literally moved down the road from me. They were very North Wales. But they're now
when I was
I
on Black Cloak's website and they had a lot of Top Rope beers. I nearly got them in, but I had to financially restrict myself. I will get Top Rope in at some point.
Top Rope are really good.
Yeah.
Sours, the stouts, and their IPAs are really good. They've just released 2 brand new IPAs as well, which I need to get this week. But the lads, both of them from Liverpool, they moved to North Wales, the brewery to North Wales, only for the fact that Devra Brewing were based out of Chester. They had their unit was basically being not used because they were using the Devra tap as a basement, and they were using they were brewing out the basement basically. And so that they were offering the unit up, and they were just like, at the price it was, they couldn't say no, and they could use all the old kit that they had as well. So Top Rope been there for years, basically using that, and then they've moved into the new units. Technically, it says Bootle, but it's Old Bank really, and it's brand new kit, empty unit. It looks brilliant. The place. They're going to open a tap room in the summer, but they're just banging out some great beers at the moment. What did I have recently that was really good? The stout that they did was the Imperial Stout they did was really good. The Kvik IPA, which is the Gunyona Horn, was really good as well. But it's just they're a brewery that's like really. Oh, there we go. Hello.
Hello.
Rasco.
Rasco.
Yes, Rasco. How you doing, sir, in the house?
All right, fellas, how we doing? I'm just checking up. I've still got some supporters on YouTube and on social media. And you haven't completely fucked it up, Disco.
Rasco, it's a rare event that you and me both get on a YouTube channel, man.
It's only the second time ever. I think people should. Well, I'm glad it's been recorded. What's really weird is that I've got you on my TV in the background. It's all in time delay, and I'm seeing my poses. I'm just doing all this, so I can see myself do that in a few seconds in the background on my TV. So
yeah, YouTube delay it slightly so you see it through StreamYard. Then it has to go through StreamYard through YouTube, and then there is a slight delay. Which chapter beer did James review? May I ask?
Yeah. So Bransell's in the comments as well. He's very much the and in Rasco and Disco.
Yeah.
James, which chapter beer did you have?
He's frequently referred to as Jim the cameraman. I'm just opening up Hand Smash and Hob Day brewery close to me. Smoke Brown. I said I wasn't going to do it, but there you go. Here I go.
Rasco, blame it on Harry. It's all his fault, mate.
Okay, fine. Harry, it's your
blame
fault.
It on Harry.
It's my fault.
Right.
He can take it. He's a big man.
I just want to ask as well.
Oh, sorry.
Adam, is your beer definitely stronger than 14.2? What's your next beer after your current beer?
After my 15.8, I'll have to go lower.
That's cheating.
I can go to
Rasco's gone.
12.
Rasco's gone? He does that.
Rasco's gone.
He goes to 12.
Yeah.
Still cheating. Can he not go higher?
No. I've got no higher.
Do you have spirit ales available?
Yeah, I'm not going to spirits now.
Okay, that's fair.
Yes, Bransell.
Oh.
The chapter one that Bransell had was coconut lime milk stout.
Yeah.
I said, Doctor. That sounds insane.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Alternative suggestion. Go to something nice and sessionable.
How low?
Whatever you want.
I need to use up the Harler track beer, which is 11%, I think, or 10%.
Just have that tomorrow. Have it tomorrow. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Or
no?
Okay, we'll have it next week then.
I actually think the date's like coming real close on it.
That doesn't matter.
It matters to me. It's a lactose imperial.
Well, just chug it then.
Fine.
Yeah, just do it. Just chug it now.
I said Doctor's is a really good one. I had that on cask last time I had it. Also, I'd like to point out, he says Polly's. Technically, Polly's is a Liverpool because everyone that works at Polly's lives in Liverpool. Lally, who's the head brewer, lives in South Liverpool. What's the hell? The guy that is the sales manager, he also lives in Liverpool. Well, he lives in the Wirral. I'll count the Wirral.
Let's not get too technical on geography there, Adam. It's all kind of that vague area.
Say that from London. If I said that someone was from Barnet, would you say that's London?
Yes. If you said Watford, I would say no, because people from Watford hate being said from London. I'm fairly easy, Adam, as you know. It's all roughly geographical area.
It's fairly easy now.
It is, but it is great that now Top Rope, because they've moved, can have a tap room, and they're like right at the border of doing it now. It's so close. I've seen the stuff. They've got the space. There's loads and loads and loads of space. They also get the whole, basically, because it's at the back of an industrial estate, it's an access road is the only thing that's there. So they're allowed to go right up to the access road because it's just an access road. It's not a proper road. So they can use outdoor tables and all sorts. So it's one of those things where we're in the middle of nowhere and now they're like halfway between two train stations on separate lines. It's one of those things. Wild Horse is great, yeah. Llandudno.
Llandudno. I will hold myself up. I will hold my hands up though. Barnet is a great shout for being London borders. That's great geographical knowledge there.
I've been to London loads of times.
I know. I always hold my hands up to your general knowledge of everything. To be fair, so like, that's a great shout, Barnet. That is kind of borders.
I'm good on a pub quiz, but I'm terrible in actual life.
If you're on my team on a pub quiz, I'm always going to sign you up for my team on a pub quiz for general knowledge. So next time you're in London, give us a shout. Me and Masco will come and get some.
It's going to be this year. I want to do the MerseyBeers Mount this year.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Let me know, mate, because I live only 15 minutes away from the Bermondsey Beer Mile, technically. I can get there very easily. But what are we drinking, fellas? Has anyone done the soup? Because I think this guy's sobered up since he's
finished.
Done the soup.
I've done the soup. Well, Harry done the soup a couple of hours ago. Right, so that's a great beer. Oh,
collaboration.
Oh, is it
it's a collaboration.
Okay.
Hang on, let me get rid of the.
I do love a rum barrel beer. That's amazing.
Oh,
lovely. 15% as well.
Oh,
15.8.
I've not gone back to Glenafric. I got an order out of them last summer. I've not gone back to Glenafric, but they do have some amazingly tantalising beers on their lineup.
They do. In my opinion, the best one that they do is their Blood Orange Pale. Can't beat it. It's brilliant. It should be core range, and it's not.
Okay.
Harry, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking fine British ale. It's not British, it's American. There we go. It is a barrel Buffalo Trace bourbon.
Oof.
Wheat wine, honey wheat wine.
Wheat
wine. Honey, wheat wine with honey. It's 14.2% session ale. Cheers.
Enjoy, mate. Enjoy.
Slowly.
I'm out. I need to go and get another beer. I've got to go to the beer stash and get another beer. What shall I have next?
What have you got?
What's he got?
Fucking shitload. Have you seen this here? This is like only half of what I've got in the stash.
I thought they were all empty.
They are all empty. Well, I've got a lot of full ones over there. What shall I put up? What shall I have next?
Just
trouble is, right? This is how I have to ask you guys about being beer reviewers. How do you choose what you put up on the review? Like, do you just do something that you want?
I don't review.
Like, I legit just buy the beers I want to drink.
Yeah.
And then I just review whatever I fancy that night. So for me, I know Raggy does it in a different way. He likes to just like drink a beer. But I just think for me it's easy rather than reviewing beers, because then you have to spend some time actually just like that night that you want to do those reviews. So if you guys do it together, you review those two beers together, it's great fun. I love doing duo reviews because then you get two different opinions on those beers.
Well, we
Well.
very rarely do the same beer at the same time.
But that's fine.
It takes a lot of coordination for us to do the same beer.
It's such a shit to do as well. Even like if I don't know, I haven't done a Enduro review for fucking ages. Like the last person who did it was probably with Peter, but me, Dean.
Whoa,
Adam. Sorry, Adam. But
it's
me
definitely
and
us.
Dean.
We did the Tiny Rebel meat one.
It was a very long time ago. It was fucking January as well. January.
But no way you did someone else before me.
No, probably not. But me and Dean used to live quite close together. We used to live. Well, we're not too far away. He's in Banbury and I'm down in Wiltshire. We're not a million miles away from each other. But me and him, shop-wise and what was local to us, we used to know each time, and I used to know what he could access, what I could access, and we used to do the same stuff quite a few times. But just now, like, there's just nothing available that I know that anyone can get hold of. It's just best not to. It's just easier to you do what you do, I do what I do. Happy days.
Wales, it's all livable in it, says James Bransell. Yes.
Well,
ended up by accident on every day.
You got Chester in the middle. Chester is the dividing wall.
I've not been out that way for a long time.
And what's Jim's getting in the comments? James, different up the next thing my mum wants to take her. Well, Jim was just on our show and he was just saying, look, they've pretty much opened up over there in Wales in terms of pubs and whatnot. And I got a bit jealous, to be honest.
They're slightly ahead of us.
Proper GLC
Very
comment
slightly.
there, James. Goldie looking chain, you knows it.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
They're
I'm-
slightly
I'm-
ahead, but they're not letting anyone in. That's the problem.
Yeah. Which is odd for the
can't.
people who live in Chester on the border. But anyway, I'm off for a beer and I'm going to go make some room for the next beer. I'll be back in a sec.
He didn't say what he was choosing.
He doesn't know himself. Right, if I was him, I'd just pick up any beer because he's got a lot in that stash.
Yeah, Rascal, you just slag me off whilst I'm off camera, yeah?
I'll slag you off while you're on camera, mate. Don't you worry. On, off, whatever.
Rasco. So, Rasco, what part of South London are you in?
Croydon.
Okay. I was going to say, because like where Disco was saying, where he's northwest, and my sister lives in Cheshire, and she used to live at Collier's Wood.
Oh yeah.
And but
I've got to go.
yes, so she moved from Collier's Wood and moved to Cheshire to buy a place. Bought a place in Cheshire. She's moved to another place since then, but only over the road. But yeah, that's my knowledge of London, because I was in Chelsea very, very briefly at college for like 6 months, and that was it. So
I'm due a trip down London because my mate is she's been a detective in the Met for ages, and she used to live in Golders Green, and now she's back in Wembley. So like, I'm due to go down. I'm overdue to go down. She came up last time, so she came up in my birthday for 2019. So I'm due to go.
Trying to remember what. Does she live in Wembley or does she work in Wembley? I don't remember what site's in Wembley.
Her beat is Wembley. She's
okay.
A copper.
I was going to say there's a big office in Wembley, and I'm trying to remember what it is.
Yeah. There's a lot of work for a copper in Wembley, to be honest.
Yeah.
She works on the murder squad, so yes, there is.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
She did. Well, we went to university together for 4 years, and she did. She did forensic science. She ended up being a copper instead of a forensic scientist for the Met.
Yeah. Oh, come back. No, I used to work around Wembley actually. A long time ago. I worked on the new Wembley Stadium.
Oh, nice.
Fuck. But Yeah, the Wembley's completely changed, mate. It's becoming very high-rised.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a box park there. There's a box park when they usually try to get a brewery involved there. They claim they want it as independent as possible, but it's not always true. And yeah, there's a few places to actually drink where, say, 15 years ago, oh fuck me sideways, you really did not want to drink in Wembley. Christ.
When we went there for the Carling Cup, there was nothing special to drink around there. And when I went a couple of years ago, Chelsea, Arsenal, I think it must have been like Community Shield or something like that. Yeah. And Chelsea must have won the league. Arsenal won the cup or something like that, because that would be the only fucking way it would be. and we went there. It was like, there's nothing around here. There's nothing at Wembley that actually is good for fans. Because I know it's once in a blue moon. There's like a shopping centre, and that just felt so London. It felt like, oh yeah, there's a shopping centre. That's it. But when you come to any club round like Birmingham, you go any other town. MK Dons still feels a bit London. It's just like, here's a shopping centre. That's what football fans like. But it's just like anywhere else is like, there's a local community. It's a bit rough. Welcome to life is what it feels like, and it just like at Wembley, it's like there's nothing around the ground. But yeah, like when Blues went, it was like we went to a local shitty pub, because that's what Blues do. They find the local shitty pub and we'll drink in there, and we'll trash that, and then we go to the ground and then we'll trash that, and.
There used to be a pub in Wembley, just round the corner from the stadium, the Greyhound, and the stools by the bar used to be drilled in so you couldn't pick them up.
Fucking Greyhound.
Exactly, mate. The Greyhound. You couldn't pick these bar stools up and smash them around someone's head. They're literally drilled into the floor. It was a horrible shit-off.
So many terrible fucks. I hate going Wembley. We've been Wembley twice in the last 10 years, and it's like 5 stops on the tube for me, so I just drink round here. It's easier.
I'd take Wembley over Edgware any day of the week.
There's nothing Edgware, so you're not wrong, to be fair. There's really little, very little.
Last time I came to London, I stayed in Edgware and got the tube in.
I used to work in Edgware.
Forgetting the tube in, it's not terrible, but I said this earlier, it's like Northwest London beer desert. There is literally nothing between the North Circular, the A40, the Western Avenue, and Watford. There's very, very little.
Disco, hang on.
Where I am.
Disco, hang on. I agree with you. I know where you come from. And as you said on our show only a couple of hours ago, I was very keen to get the hell out of that area. But hang on, you got Mad Yank, and you got Perryvale. And as my fellow beer tuber reviewer friends, Blue Nose and Adam, please look up Perryvale and Mad Yank. Look them up. They're ones to watch out for. And hey, you got the Hop and Vine and Ricelip. You've got Beer Asylum. The Castle is a fucking great place for a beer.
Yeah, Mad Yank. I've heard of Mad Yank as well. I saw it come across.
Vasco, how far are you from Crate, really?
From Crate?
Crate. I thought Crate are North London, aren't they?
No, Crate.
South London.
Is it? Okay. All right. My bad.
It's not far from.
I don't know, mate, because I've never heard of them.
I've heard of Crate.
Crate, they're like
Hackney Wick.
Oh, yeah, that's the opposite side of London.
That's North London.
That's North, yeah.
That's North East.
What? How is that not South East?
Hackney's north.
Hackney's north.
Even I know that, Craig.
Northeast.
Fake Craig.
Okay.
But don't call them north because people in Camden get offended. You got to call them northeast to be diplomatic.
Yeah. Well, Hackney is northeast, really, and north is like.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was south.
Like that.
It's all south to me.
No.
Anything past sort of Birmingham south.
So my old a company I used to work for we got bought out and our offices moved to the Shard, and we were like, why the fuck are we going to office meetings? We're just like fucking labourers. Basically, we're tradesmen, and we're like, why are we going to like office meetings? It's because they didn't know anyone who worked for the company. They just like invited everyone at the time. It was very early days.
Bransford used to work in the Shard. He'll tell you about the Shard.
I built the Shard.
You built it.
That's like saying I supplied the materials.
So we were tradesmen working in it. not too many months after as well. And so one of the places I used to go was we used to go down.
One second, sorry. Kent Beer Review. What's in Battersea? There is a brew pub right near the power station. I can't remember what it's not. It's a bit fancy. It's not much, mate. So in Battersea, there's a few pubs, but I don't know what's going to be open. Lots changed that area since the American embassy opened up.
But you also might as well walk up into Clapham from Battersea. You might as well just walk up to Clapham.
Go to Clapham. Brilliant suggestion. Sorry, Blue Nose. Sorry, mate. Just had to comment on that. Go ahead.
No worries. No, I used to do loads of jobs. Obviously, being at the Shard, we used to go down to Borough Market. We used to drink in the rake. We used to be in the Shard until like the meetings would be like 9. We'd be in London for 9:30 in the morning, and the meetings would be from 10 till 12, and then we're like, oh, so we got the rest of the day for free. And the only reason why we used to go down to London was to go and sit in the meeting for 2 hours, so we could listen about the company. Otherwise, you'd be set on the job. We'd be like, I'll just go to London because all expenses paid. And we try and move our jobs around, so we're being in like Derby or being in Burton or somewhere like that, or Coventry or something. So we could be down in London for uber quick time. And then we'd be down in London, and then we'd go to the rake at like about 12 or something. Sit in the rake till 2 or 3, and then go to I used to really like at that time was Mother Kelly's in Bethnal Green. We used to go up there. That was one of my favourite places at the time because this was 2013, 2014 sort of time. There wasn't much else around.
Yeah.
Go up there, and then another place I used to like around the same sort of time was Craft Beer Co. But I used to go to the one in Islington.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's closed down.
It has, yeah. I've heard. Yeah. It was one of my favourite craft beer co's, all the ones I went to, because it's just like off the beaten track a little bit. But I went there last time probably about 6-7 months ago, and it was like, oh, it's closed on It was closed on a Saturday. Why is it closed on a Saturday? It was weird. But there's plenty of other bars, I suppose, for people to go to in Islington now.
Wenlock Arms, mate. I just go to the Wenlock.
Yeah, I don't like it in the Wenlock. My ex's place was opposite the Wenlock, and you obviously had Brewdog downstairs from where we were. Brewdog was downstairs, the old Brewdog, an Angel, and then you had what was the place down Earl of Essex as well, around the corner. Earl of Essex was like decent food. My old manager, Bryn, he's now the sales guy for Castles. He was a manager of the Earl of Essex, and he was like, he said recently, he's like, it's a good place, but it's just like not quite what it was.
Did you ever go to the Old Fountain as well down that way, which is the other side of the main road?
No, didn't. No. I just went random places in London, and it's just like, oh, it's nice in here, cool, we'll stay in here. I went to Earl of Essex, Duke of Cambridge, or something like that. It's on the same road as Earl of Essex, and I went there and it's a purity pub. I just went there because I think Craig and I went there just because it was the only place available. December 2019, something like that, and that was it. We went to a couple of Camden pubs, but yeah, the Fox and Grapes or Fox and the Park or something had like a load of Hamilton beers on inside of it.
East. Hackney is east. Look, Adam, can you block James, please? He's a Welsh boy now. Yeah.
No, he's coming out with some relevant points. Overnight shift in the Shard, then Market Porter for a 7 a.m. beer.
It's true.
If Brownsville ever did that, I never went to the Market Porter that early. I always used to go there for football.
I did.
See, Stuart, I've sent you the link. So you should have joined about an hour ago.
Well, what football grounds by the Shard then?
No, we used to stop in the Market Porter when we went to Millwall because it was better than going to Millwall. So we'd have
you wouldn't want to go Millwall.
There, 2 stops on the train.
Is it the Olympic Stadium not there? Is that not West Ham?
No, West Ham's by Stratford.
That's out east. That's the east side.
Yeah.
Brownsville, it's good to see us. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining our Instagram earlier. Mr. Brownsville, we'll talk again soon, sir.
Oi, Brownsville, get another beer. Stick around.
Stick around. Join. Just have another session ale. Have a pint of vodka.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what?
Mix it with some man's brown ale.
Trouble.
It's a brown ale now.
Yeah, we've got Brownsville in so much trouble for just go, have one more beer, James. One more beer, James. The last 20 years, they had so many one more beers. But Brownsville, have one more beer, sir.
He's got the same surname of one of my best mates, who is called Jim Brownsville.
Shut up. Nobody's got... Brownsville is a unique name. Nobody else has got a name Brownsville.
No, definitely not.
Michael Barber from Warrington.
Cool.
Very common, sir.
I'll tell you what.
See, none of my mates watch my own stream because it's better.
Nothing to do with us.
It's just better for them.
Nothing to do with us.
Oh, he's off Raggy's stream. Who just happened to? He was like, "I live in Warrington. Does anyone know any good breweries?" And I was like, "Yes, I do."
Nearly burned down my house because
James is like, what, you actually know another Brownsville, Harry?
I do. James, another guy called Jim Brownsville. Yes. Another.
Is it S-A-L-L or S-E-L-L?
No, S-A. S-A. Brownsville.
Yeah, he often gets that. Yeah, that's like my surname. Sometimes it's spelled with an E, sometimes it's spelled without. So it kind of...
It's weirdly, mine is spelled sometimes with 2 E's. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you, dyslexic retards? What the fuck? Like, you prehistoric dyslexic fucks. You know, how do you spell Meadows with double E?
I get all sorts. I get Johansson. I get John Stone. Various ways.
Do you often get Adam Johnson is a paedophile?
Yes.
Good.
But to be fair, I had my name a full 8 months before him.
It was only 8 months, you know. Were you ever asked to be part of the jury? Was he at Liverpool at the time when he was not?
Middlesbrough.
Yeah.
They both played in red.
So, Disco, what did you get to drink then out of your growing beer stash?
Oh, I just grabbed the first one I could see, and the one at the front is. We were talking about this earlier, Harry, but it was dark matter custard.
Yeah, dark matter.
Turning point. I didn't realise it was 7.5%. I tried it the other week. I didn't realise 7.5%, but proper decent session chocolate custard, delicious.
Is it mega lactose? Is it mega thick and sweet as well? I'm
not saying I'm getting lactose, but it's definitely like a nice thick mouthfeel. It's like Yeah, it's kind of gloopy, kind of chocolate custard kind of business. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm going swimming tomorrow, I might pick up a can. I can just go and park on. I love it. I can just go because we're Drink Valley, which is the company I kind of work with, semi-own, co-own, semi-own at the moment. I'm just like I can just go and park on the top because normally I have to go and pay for my own parking and stuff. I just park on the top and just say, yeah, I'm here for deliveries, and then just park on the top and then just drop down there for a bit of time and then walk back off. But yeah, I say co-own. I'm like at the moment I'm just moving away from it a little bit.
20%.
Not even that. It's a weird kind of percentage. So slowly,
7.
kind of
3.
It was more. It was a lot more last week than what it is nowadays. But yeah, so I'm kind of moving away from it. But we'll see. Next week it might even be less. But yeah. I'll try and get some more stock out of the business this week, and see what I can get. But I think the dark matter has been one that's been on the cards. The pink matter I really enjoyed. The pink matter was nice. I just thought the yellow matter when I had that yellow matter a couple of weeks back, I just thought that was a bit sweet for me. Maybe at that time, possibly.
I enjoyed the yellow matter more because it's that bit of custard flavour.
Yeah.
I feel like different customers in the background.
Yeah.
I had the pink matter custard earlier, and it was a really good sweet raspberry flavour, and there's a sort of sweetness to it as well.
Yeah.
Stout, Coke Stout is going to be my favourite. So this was amazing. What I'm not sure about is whether it's better. I mean, this one was free. They sent me this as a competition winnings. So is it better because it's free, or is it better because I really enjoy custard?
I understand that. Yeah.
But they're all great. They're all really good. Really, really good. I love Turning Point. Really love Turning Point.
I love Turning Point. There's something unique about their artwork. I don't really know what it is.
They do a lot of space-related artwork and a lot of. They say their beer names are related to. What's that? Robert and David. What's that comedy with Robert Webb and David?
Mitchell.
David Mitchell.
Mitchell and Webb. I love it.
Webb, yeah, and the sitcom they did that I know really well because it was filmed
Peep Show.
Peep Show. So they do a lot of Peep Show themed beer names. But recently they've done a lot of space kind of related artwork, and I think a lot of beer names related to kind of space as well.
We found them really, really quite nice and supportive because I got introduced to them at the Ealing Beer Festival in West London, which is a top-notch beer festival.
No,
Turning Point.
no. But I did meet. I think I met one of them. Turning Point, Ealing Beer Festival in 2019, which is a great one to come down to. I know everyone raves about GBBF as Canberra Beer Festivals in London, but honestly, I think Ealing rivals it quite a bit.
I think Twickenham too as well. Twickenham has been quite good from what I've heard, with them doing the wood only. They did the oak only cask beer festival.
Yes, Ealing does that as well, and then everything else. Ealing really is the dagger that really comes up underneath the chest and shakes things up, if I'm honest. And yeah, the Turning Point, we were doing a lot of social media coverage of them in 2019, and they were so responsive and so supportive and giving us suggestions and saying, come down, all right, we're going to be down at this time at the festival, are you going to be there? So they really got my radar, and I haven't had much of them since. Disco has, so it's kind of his bag.
In lockdown, I've had a couple of YouTube, a couple of Zoom events with them, and they've been They do a really good. They would do a really good event on YouTube on Zoom, and it's just a lot of fun. And I say I done one the other week with. They did 3 or 4 like giveaways, and luckily I won it because I won this T-shirt, this pink T-shirt from Turning Point, because I was wearing this T-shirt from Guinness in New Zealand,
Mm-hmm.
and the competition was find the T-shirt furthest away from the brewery from Turning Point, and I'm like, well, I wore a Czech beer T-shirt, and somebody wore a Sierra Nevada T-shirt, and I'm like, hang on a minute. That's a New Zealand Guinness T-shirt. So I put it on, and they went, "Oh yeah, Guinness do have a brewery in New Zealand now."
Hi, Stuart.
And I won some free beers. Hello.
I do feel that Rascal and Disco should be next to each other.
I don't know. Can we move? I know.
No.
On my screen, I'm above Rasco, and I believe that is the right way.
No.
He will disagree.
No.
Anyway, let's talk to Stuart now because he's far more interesting than all of us. Me and Rasco, anyway.
No.
Shh. Ginger speaking. Hello.
Hello.
We've never actually met, but I've seen you on stream, so hello.
No, we have.
I know I just woke up from a nap. It's weird actually having sleep during the day.
Who needs sleep?
Sleep is for the wicked and the poor.
I know, bed is for sleeping people.
Well, that freak snowstorm and rainstorm today, like for 2 hours. Did you kids have it down your way?
No, we just had sun in London, which is a surprise, but
What beer am I having next?
the highest ABV you can find.
No,
I had a 17% beer earlier.
Yeah, but I've just had a 15.8. So I've got either. No, Daya.
Sorry, Daya. Or
Crocodile Tears at 8%.
Crocodile Tears, yeah.
Or
with heat and hops.
no, yeah, with heat and hops is the collab, and then or with Red Willow, the smoked imperial chocolate banana porter at 10%.
Oh, that one definitely. Obviously, that one.
Oh shit!
Clearly.
Fuck everything.
Sack the juggler.
Hey, is anyone following the Brewery World Cup done by Time for a Brew Well
Yes.
podcast? Because my favourite win is Pressure Drop, but I think Daya could take it.
Yeah, they have been quite good.
Yeah. Yeah, we're doing weekly coverage of it at the moment. And, I just want to, want other people's thoughts and feelings. Is anyone else interacting with it as well? Because it's a great thing. I'm loving it, to be honest. Checking up on the results. I'm loving it more than the actual World Cup.
I was trying to support my local breweries in it, but yeah, you can only go as much as you can go, can't you?
Yeah.
I think for me, I had so many shit, breweries, there's so many breweries against, mates breweries against mates breweries. I'm like, well, now I'm just not going to vote. I just felt so bad because I just can't vote, and then someone will make it through, and they'll be like, oh well, and then it just gets drawn against another mate's brewery. I'm like, no, I can't vote now. I haven't voted at all, pretty much, I'd say.
Oh,
I had that same
which one was it going
how
for?
How do you choose? How do you decide on that? And Rasco had this good point. You just have to choose one. Just click hit. Just go for it. It doesn't really matter to me at the end of the day. You just have to.
But I got to
Yes,
admit, I really like it because it's not dominated by Cloudwater or Brewdog. I mean, there's a few dominant features. Daya's there, Siren's there.
Rasco. That's all
Yeah.
very well, but Adam wants us to choose which beer he's drinking next. So let's get on with that.
Shit, sorry.
Definitely the 10%
Okay,
chocolate stout left for me.
There's no chocolate. It's smoked imperial chocolate and banana porter.
So there is
So-
chocolate. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
We want to know about that.
Sorry. Continue.
No, everybody else has got a vote, obviously. That's how voting works.
I've opened the can now.
You've decided. You've decided yourself here. Alan. I love that amount of democracy. It does sound amazing, that though. By the way,
Quality pour, as usual. Half head, half beer.
cheers, sir. Cheers.
Cheers.
It is smoky. Very, very, very smoky. Like you're smoking the remains of an ashtray. Smoky.
Oh, cigar.
Oh. Is that
No,
a good thing or a bad
cigarette.
thing?
Cigarette ashtray.
Oh, cigar.
Well, what a fine ale that
cigar.
is, Squire. Enjoy that fine smoked ale.
No banana.
I love
to speak
I
of.
love smoked beers. Honestly, it is
I
my
fucking can't stand them. Hate them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh mate, if you would offer me a smoked beer, I'd be yours all night.
I love
Well,
smoke.
that's
I
fine. I
love
will
smoke.
do. Any other size beer I have. See, my mum was
Miscellaneous brew.
my mum and dad were both smokers for years, and like smoked rock beers or anything like that. I just can't stand. I can understand why they taste like smoky bacon. I've got that note before, but I'm just like, no. It just brings back horrible smoky households to be in. I just can't love it.
Yeah,
Same with whiskey as well. Like I just can't go with peated whiskey. I like peat smoke, but I don't like peated whiskey.
There's no bacon involved there. It is pure tobacco smoked beer.
Nice.
No banana.
I can't stand stinky stickers. I hate it. Don't mind cigars so much, but smoky beers, and like you say, some smoky beers taste like cigar kind of smoke, and I don't mind that in beers. But
It'd be alright if it was cigar, but it's cigarette.
okay, yeah, then
wouldn't-
I'm not so down with that.
No bananas to speak of. No chocolate.
Really?
Yes, we have no bananas today.
The chocolate might be there in a very dark chocolate. If you think about you have like the 80% or 90% chocolate kind of deal, maybe. But it's just smoke. Smoke dominates it. I haven't heard from Stuart yet. Is your microphone working, buddy?
I hope so.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There he is.
I've only just woke up, so I'm just trying to.
Have a
Are
coffee.
you working nights?
No, I basically. I was supposed to be up with my father all day in the garden, but because of the strange weather, I basically just napped all day. So now I've got I'm wide awake at midnight.
You're a shit son.
Midnight? It's 1:20, mate.
What is it? I don't know. Jeez, is it really?
Fuck me,
Yeah.
it's 1:20.
I wouldn't mind, but
shit.
I sent you the link.
How did that
I sent you the link at like 8 o'clock.
I tried all the Lord's brewing beers today. What? 7? Wasn't I today? And this conditioning cans of bottles wasn't good. Have you had the Lord beers?
North beers.
Lord. Out of
North?
Bullshit.
North.
Lord?
What?
Lord.
Nord.
Lord.
Lord. Or there's.
Nord Brewing out of Netherlands.
No,
I've had one or two.
the Huddersfield Brewery.
What?
Oh, Lords.
Oh.
Lords Brewing.
Yeah.
Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With an L?
Lord.
Yes. Yeah, I've had a few Lords Brewing beers.
Yeah.
I made an order from them. I mostly thought they tasted like soap powder.
Yeah.
I declined to comment on the fact that I do not want to self-incriminate myself.
Yeah.
I said it on a review, and John from Law's best mate Paul, he said on the orange chocolate stout, he said it tastes like soap powder. And I'm like, I see that. I didn't dislike their beers. I'm like, oh shit.
You could taste quality in there, but it was just like there's some like.
Could you?
They weren't sure, yeah, on all of them, and I'm like, I like the guy.
It was like cock blocking kind of technique.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's
against other men.
I was going to say, you're saying you taste quality, but then you're saying cock blocking. Those are two. They're not mutually inclusive things.
There was a little bit there, but it was like,
No, I totally, yeah. I bought.
I wanted to speak positive because it was from Yorkshire,
Yeah,
but it was like,
same here. I love Yorkshire. Yorkshire has been the area, the county that I've bought the most amount of beers from on lockdown, and I bought them, and it sounded so
Stuart.
good.
So was the Yorkshire Ripper, but I wouldn't speak positive about him either.
I do. I love Yorkshire beers. The most amount of beers I've spoke about in lockdown is Yorkshire beers, and I bought Lord's Brewing, and he's got a big presence over on YouTube.
yes,
And,
he does.
I'm like, oh, I want to speak good about this, but I don't know what to say about it.
Exactly. It's like,
Be honest.
yeah.
I was on it. Well, that was the funniest thing. The funniest thing was his mate who's Paul's beer reviews, and he said about their Cocoa Wonderland. It was like chocolate orange stout, and he put it out, and he said to John from Law's Brewing, I don't know if I can say this, and he said yes, you can. They said it tastes like soap powder, and for me, it tasted like Love Hearts. You know Love Hearts?
Oh,
yeah.
I got Power Violets. Power Violets.
So I've always disliked Love Hearts because they taste like soap powder.
Yeah.
To me, but maybe to you they don't. But that's what it tasted like for me. And I'm like, I want to like this beer, but I can't. But I love what they do on YouTube. They do a great chat on YouTube on a Saturday afternoon.
They do, but I would say this. Would you rather spend hundreds and hundreds, almost thousands of pounds on YouTube if you own a brewery over spending hundreds and hundreds and thousands of pounds improving your brewery?
As a customer, I spent 30 quid with them and sort of enjoyed their beers and enjoy what they do on YouTube. But if I was a brewery owner, I would rather have amazing beers.
Yeah. That's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. And it's really awkward because they have an amazing social media presence. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. And
I don't understand how it's awkward.
Well,
it's one of those things. You're a brewery.
Yeah.
There's a brewery in Huddersfield that started out a few years ago. The second one's called In On Firth. And that was still a wine brewery. And they had the same problem. Great social media, but shit beer. And they rebranded so many times. And the problem with the Lord's Brewing is because they started out strong with their social media. Now they've got to start out strong with their beer. But the beers I had today were like homebrew. And I wanted to speak highly of them because they're from Yorkshire, but they taste like homebrew. And if you
And
watch their
also,
social
there's so many
media,
other Yorkshire beers doing so much better beers. But
yeah.
when
But
I was meant
if
to
you
go
watch
to
their
Huddersfield
YouTube,
in January, I was meant to go to Huddersfield, and if I had gone to Huddersfield, I would have gone to their brewery, gone to their tap house, and drunk their bits. Right?
yeah.
And I will still go to Lord's Brewing if I ever happen to find myself in Huddersfield, because I would love to meet John. John's a great guy.
But again, it's a social media thing.
I just want better beers.
It's just the thing. It tasted like homebrew. And I've been to pubs where they dedicate their taps to homebrew. I've been to pubs where they celebrated local beers, but they just tasted like homebrew. They looked like homebrew. They taste like homebrew, and they dedicated themselves to other things. So they didn't dedicate themselves to locally sourced material. All their beers are dedicated to stuff in America, but they don't represent America. Style of beer. I mean, I had their West Coast, and it tastes like an American barrel ale.
Also,
American
at
Wild
1:30 in the morning, nobody
Brown
sent
ale.
the comments with any amount of
Right.
pinch of salt.
No one listened to comments because Adam doesn't care about comments.
Well, we're up to date.
Also, I have drunk dragon soup tonight, so nobody should listen to what I say in any.
Or me.
I
I've
never
tried
listen,
to
I
find
never
dragon
listen to
soup,
you,
I can't
Harry.
find it.
Anyway, that's why I bought dragon soup. Never listen to you, Harry.
I've tried to find dragon soup. I just can't find it.
Oh.
And none
We've
of the
lost
Euro
Roscoe.
shops sell it. I have to find it dirty.
I lost
Middle
Rasco
of
about
nowhere
20 years ago.
But yeah,
Harry's still asleep.
I'm awake. I'm here just texting someone else.
All right.
I finally got
Thanks
around
for
to
that.
drinking
Buttons.
an OG beer.
That's right. Come. That's what you deserve.
Love you,
You're a
Harry.
Scouser. Love you
Love
too,
you,
baby.
Harry.
Love you, honey.
Fuck off.
My beautiful southern man. But you, Adam. Fuck you, Adam.
I like to put Rasco and Disco next to each other. I don't know why.
No, don't put us anywhere near fucking each other. I don't even like the guy.
But
Also,
Stu,
it should be Rasco.
I think you should put
Hello,
Stuart
Rascal.
in between, just because.
No, it should be Rasco and Disco.
That's a
I'm
hell of a
surprised I'm
threesome.
awake.
Stuart in between me and
Thank
Rasco.
you.
That's a hell of a
Thank you.
threesome.
Perfect. Perfect. Is anyone thinking about going to the London Craft Beer Festival?
No,
Stafford?
not this
I'm
time.
there.
right?
I'm
thinking about
there.
going to
I'm
Beer
there.
Festival.
I'm there. I'm going.
He's got tickets.
How long
I
are you
have-
going for?
Every session.
Oh, me too.
Sweet. Craig's going there as well. Every session.
Yes.
Too. So.
Yes.
So Jake's going for the Saturday, I believe.
Okay. Right. Okay.
And yeah, I suspect Johnny and Brad will be down there. I'll
Who's
look
Johnny
forward
and
to
Brad?
seeing-
Who are they?
Craft beer
Yeah.
channel. Those guys.
I look forward to seeing Brad again. I've never met Johnny. I've spoken to him many times though.
I've met them both when I'm definitely far from sober, and
you're
I
in a video
look forward.
of
Yeah, I am. I look forward to meeting them again when I'm far from sober in a video of
If
theirs.
Rasco ever meets Johnny, he will literally be the pinnacle of his craft beer journey career.
No, he won't. He won't. I've met
Probably
Brad. I've
literally-
met Brad.
Well, yeah, we both met Brad. Brad's a nice
both-
guy.
Yeah,
If you
well,
ever
I
meet
think-
Johnny, you will explode in your pants.
Brad is a
No.
nice lad.
Right. Just to
I've literally
let you
no
know,
idea what I'm
guys.
saying at this point. I'm on a 7.5% custard stout. Don't listen to me. Don't fucking listen to me. What do I know?
One of my best mates used to work with both Brad and Johnny, until mainly Johnny, and I'm just like, and that was I
You
knew
best
that
mates
was.
with Jamie Oliver.
I am not best mate with Jamie Oliver. But I know a lot of people who used to work for Jamie Oliver, and then ever since
suppose Jamie Oliver.
I heard Jamie Oliver. Ever since I heard about them being like you know, mates was like, okay, so he's just like you then, and he was like, yeah. I'm like, okay. I don't just literally just like, okay, cool. And I just like, oh, well, he's gonna be just like him then. I'm not gonna say his name. And Brad is cool. Johnny is so similar to my colleague at my former workplace, and you're very, very similar person. I'm just like, okay, just not going to be really getting on with me, are you? Just because I'm an arsehole. But Brad is chill. I like Brad. He's proper chill.
Mate, I was so happy for Brad just, a week ago when he did his own solo video, Lowbrow. I mean, I mentioned it on our own live stream. I was beaming with respect for him because he always seems a bit underconfident for it, and that he did this whole solo thing. And I was like, fucking fair play to you, man. And I loved it. I think I rate it in my top 3 craft beer channel videos, actually. That one. So fair play to him. We met him. We bumped into him at Pig's Ear Beer Festival in 2019.
Pig's Ears, fucking hell.
Yeah. I spotted him off. I just went up to him and said, "Hi, Brad. I've just finished your second book." And he says, "Why are you saying when you say finished? Have you done every pub mentioned in the book?" I went, "No, mate, not quite." But yeah, we had a good chat with him for a good 10 minutes. I just let him off. He was at a birthday party, so
yeah.
He was low key. He didn't really want to be at a Canberra Beer Festival, to be honest.
Well, I wouldn't say that's true. He said, "We're not doing coverage. It's surprising that you've spotted me." And then he turned around and someone else said, "Craft Beer Channel." And he goes, "Yeah."
The biggest, hairiest man here.
Disco's there. I'd say Disco's there.
Oh, yeah, Disco. I mean, the second biggest, hairiest man is there.
My fucking hair, to be fair. In life.
Yeah. It's majestic, mate.
You're very kind. I like it.
I know I'm one of the few people here who has hair, but like one day I'll be there. One day. And Stuart's got plenty of hair. Look at him. And
Just to let you know.
That's how it happened on Craig's live stream. I think it was basically me versus Stuart, wasn't it?
It might be.
I'm going to just let you know. I'm going to close the chat off in about
3, 2, 1.
No, at 4:45. So we're on 33 now. So like,
what 4:45? So we got 3 hours.
15 minutes. No, 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah.
I feel like me and Rasko have completely overtaken the chat right now.
No, well, I'm glad you have because it's just gone mad.
It's been amazing. Good. Thank you.
I love the way Harry hasn't noticed the name of his.
No, it's fine. I know. We're both good mates. He's a top lad, is Jamie Oliver.
Jamie Oliver.
Mr. J, he goes to parties with me when I go to Manchester. He goes to parties. I'll just happily take up the role of being Peter. Oh yeah, me and Jamie Oliver, we go to parties together in Manchester. It's really good. We like to meet in Manchester. First off, we'd like to be in Wigan because I like to be taken as like one of those boys who's a bit edgy and that. We'd like to be in Wigan, then we go down to Manchester. And what's that place in Manchester? In Ancoats. We like to go down Ancoats and be the big boys around Ancoats and the markets and that. Yeah, we go Ancoats and we drink Red Stripe together. That's us.
Sorry, are you in the Stone Roses secretly?
That's me. No, that's me and Pete. Me and Pete are in the boys. That's us together. Me and Jamie Oliver. We like to go out in Manchester, go to parties. Fuck off, Peter. Go to your fucking parties in Manchester on your own. We don't need to hear about it.
Yeah, you haven't seen your name, have you?
I hope he enjoys it. And my name's Peter. Go to parties in Manchester. Only drink Red Stripe because craft beer's for the poor. Fuck off, Peter.
Craft beer
it
really
made
is
me
for
laugh.
the
He was
poor. Look
going.
at the prices.
He was saying red stripe's too expensive. Setting prices of red stripe at like less than £1 a can. Just going,
Yeah.
no, it's not. No, it's not.
The Sun
Rick-
Rider.
Look at me, I like listening to Mark Ryder. Have you heard about the new band from Stoke? They're called... It's Mark Archer coming out of Stoke. It's Alternate Evaporate. Oh, yeah, Alternate Evaporate. Oh, yeah, they play some tunes. Some nice tunes. They're based in the 90s. Fuck off, Peter. With your Mondo Squalado channel. You know where to fuck off, Peter. You know where I am.
No idea what you're talking about. It's
Good. Good. It's best not to.
well before my time.
You sure? You sure?
Yeah, I'm only 34 and 120 months, so I don't remember.
Oh well, it's still younger than me.
Yeah, I know. You're beautiful. You're beautiful boy. You.
Well, I actually think that's a really good point to end it. To be honest, just Disco calling Harry a beautiful boy. Thank you very much for everyone that tuned in. I really appreciate it. Thank you for everyone in the panel.
Cheers.
Fuck off back in Manchester.
I really appreciate it. Stuart, Roscoe, Disco, to a lesser extent, Harry.
Thanks for Harry. Cheers.
Definitely Raggy. Thank you very much for joining at the beginning. I
Enjoy
really
Nottingham
appreciate
parties.
I appreciate everyone for watching in on the comments as well. That's really good. Thank you very much, and hope you have a really nice resty weekend.
Indeed.
Con Dios.
Oh, Adam's just gone. Then.
He just disappeared.
Oh,
Just gone. I think it feels like Adam's pressed the wrong button. It feels like Adam's like left the chat, and we're still live.